with that, let's see, let me go to our location here, where I've put things. So I've got a couple of user manuals that you have here. There's a release notes for version 6, and there is a user manual. And let me talk about what those are sort of briefly. I'm going to pop them up here. Hang on a second. Got to tell me I can't because I don't have permission to view it. Let me switch. See what's going on with that. So. Why that was not letting me do there. Okay, so yeah, it works just fine here. There's Windows. All right, so the way these two documents are, what they are, what their content is the user manual itself is exactly that, and it can go through things like helping you with the installation, how to use the manual, all your very typical stuff. And these are both from Carlson. They're published by Carlson. And it shows you how, if you notice, starting here after the installation and interface discussion, it starts in right here under chapter 4 called File. And that's going to step you through everything that's on this File tab. Okay, then the next, it's going to go to Equipment, then Survey. And the survey is where you're going to do your action. See, there's your survey tab, and you're going to store points, stake points, et cetera, log your GPS, do an elevation difference. And that's if you're using a GPS versus, a total station, for instance. So these buttons will change depending on which particular equipment you have configured. But this entire manual takes you through all of those commands based on, those tabs, just one after another, sort of in order. They don't necessarily give you a feel for the workflow. You'd have to know, and here's that road module, by the way, and here's this, the how to use the map functionality. And then you get all the way down to chapter 10, and there's a series of tutorials, just 6 tutorials. Okay. And that shows you how to do specific things, like how to set up your field codes. That's for field to finish. How to do a localization, how to do adjustments on the traversing. Now, that's something that most people today don't bother doing. Oops, sorry. Go back to this. I was a little quick on the trigger here. So, most people I found, at least those that come to my classes, don't really do the survey adjustments for a number of reasons. One, when you're doing GPS survey, it's not, those things don't apply. But if you're using a total station and you're traversing, if you don't adjust the measurements, then you're going to basically take all of the accumulated error in your work and you're throwing it into the last observation, the last closing shot. I know surveyors now who don't even close out a traverse. They just go out there and start spraying in points, and they just take what they get because their attitude is that, well, the equipment is so much better. It's so much higher accuracy now. So it's better results than I could have done before. But, so I'm not here to argue the philosophies of any of that, other than, you have the tools here at your disposal. So, they're there as well. So a lot of this stuff is going to be like what you can do in the office. And that's another thing. You don't have to do these adjustments on the data collector. You can bring the raw files into the office and wait and do that inside. So this gives you a little bit of tutorials on how to do these particular functions. So really in depth on what all of the buttons do, then some collected little tutorials. And for instance, let's see about calculating a traverse. And it basically just gives you the steps for that and math functions. So yeah, press enter to accept the next available point. So it's really, in my opinion, they're not real in-depth tutorials. Okay. But you can see, even with some of the individual commands, they've got, nice screenshots to guide you through what you're expecting to be seeing, what you're looking at here, as you use a particular command and what it does. Okay. So pretty useful as long as you know what you're looking for. If you know that, what I'm doing is going to be on the map portion, and I'm going to do a COGO function. But if you have no idea, that that's where you're going to look for something, or if you're in, say, the survey operation and you're trying to, do a store point or a stake point, as long as you know where you're looking for, these parts are nice. These parts are really good. Those tutorials are not necessarily very workflow based. Okay, so that's this book. And then the other one is just a series of release notes, and it's talking about basically some improvements and resolved issues in individual piece of equipment. So look at that and compare it to the kind of equipment you got and see if that's anything that's helpful for you. Not really much in terms of things there. Now, the next part that we had in those documents that I had you download, and let me get to there we go, is if there's 3 folders in addition to those 2 documents that you downloaded. One's called a field to finish quick start guide, and then there's an HTML help and a symbols, each of those 2 folders. And those are things that you can use to put on your data collector so that you can see, for instance, if you have a code, if you're shooting a manhole and if you type in MH, well, normally your points look like little tick marks and a number, description and elevation. Well, you can have the symbols so that they apply. So when you type in an MH and store that point, it might show a circle with an S in it to be a sewer manhole, or a circle with a D in it for a storm drain manhole, or something like that, or a fire hydrant. You get the idea. It's basically like generating the symbols on your data collector screen. But these are things that you separately download and install on the data collector so that it can display those symbols. Same thing for the HTML help, is it puts that manual, just like you're looking at on the screen now, basically, or at least, command by command on the data collector. So if you're ever out in the field, you don't have to drag your book around. You've got it right there on the data collector. You can go look things up on that itself. Now, the other folder, this Field to Finish Quick Start Guide, has 3 PDF files in it. There's an advanced guide. There's an easy start. Well, let me start with the one that you're probably not going to use. Sorry. There's one called LDT, or Land Desktop, to Carlson. Let's see, what's it called? LDT to Carlson Civil Migration Guide. And these are for people who might have come off of Land Desktop as a software product, and how to migrate, how to, what are the equivalent things in Carlson that are also in Land Desktop. And the only reason I put it in this set is because a lot of surveyors in particular used Land Desktop for many years from Autodesk until they killed that product and went to Civil 3D, and then they switched over to Carlson. So if that's the case and you're having any kind of issues about that, you're still remembering those good old days there, this little guide might be of some use. But the other one, then the other two are these Field to Finish guides. Okay, now we're not going to spend all our time on Field to Finish today, but these are, first of all, the Easy Start and the Advanced Guide. Now, what these are some nice little documents that are put together by Doug. Okay, sorry. Did you guys? I guess I accidentally muted myself. What was the last part you heard me saying?
Put together by Doug.
Oh, okay. So you heard that part. I must have just clipped that button by trying to drag the control bar out of the way. All right. So yeah, these 2 books were put together by Doug Auberg. If you know him, he worked. He's has his own survey practice, but he's also a consultant that works for Carlson as well. So he's really good and really enthusiastic about this kind of thing here. But what these are, and I do encourage you, if you're not using Field to Finish now, to go through these as separate exercises and try them out. And I would suggest that now that you also have this little simulator that runs on the computer, you can set that up with these sample files, and you wouldn't worry about reconfiguring your data collector. You can do it on the computer itself. So it tells you through some of these different things that you need to do. And here are these files, configuration file, a drawing template, field code files, and a coordinate file. So those are things that are included also inside this folder that you're going to use to, and then here's this tree setup, .tree, that kind of stuff. So those are things that are going to put the SurvCE software into the proper mode so that the codes are going to be able to step you through. And he shows you how to do all this from the configure. You load the file, okay, and then it gets into a case. This is now back in the desktop stuff using Field to Finish. And so this is not so much intended for SurvCE as it is talking about it in the office on Carlson Survey, but it's in the data collector where you actually collect the, excuse me, you collect the points and using the same codes, and then you can see some of that work on the data collector before you ever get out of the field. And then, so this is sort of an easy start, and you'll wind up with basically you open up your coordinate file, you hit the field to finish button, and you can see how much of that work is already done. You got trees, you got driveway edges, house footprints, retaining walls, center lines. You get the idea. So there we go. Yeah. So that's what this particular manual is for, and this is much more workflow based, and it shows that whole process of what, and again, it's really from inside the desktop survey, or the desktop product, Carlson Survey, but it's included here because we do all of this work up front in the data collector itself, and to understand the differences between, because on the data collector, it's not the full-fledged same powerful thing, but you have a lot of that same functionality, but this steps you through that pretty quickly, or at a real easy to understand method. The advanced guide, so that was our easy start guide. The advanced guide is exactly what you might think, the same type of thing, but a lot deeper into what's going on, how to use point codes to rotate symbols, for instance. Let me see if there's some pictures of some things. Looks like it's the same data set, but then goes a lot deeper, how to rotate a catch basin. So what do you do out on the data collector on SurvCE? What do you type in? You wouldn't just put in CBN, you would put in all of the additional codes to have it orient automatically, so when field to finish processes it, you don't have to stop and make edits to your point in the survey software. You're doing it while you're out in the field, you're putting the codes in that drive all that. So these two processes, and again, the advanced one goes in more depth and more detail, but those two manuals here, I think if you'll spend some time as you get into that and you see all the power that I can give you, then you're going to need to be familiar with that process, so that on the data collector you can put in a point code that governs it. So right now you're not restricted to anything that you want to call a point, and you can just number the points if you want to, and even keep a paper field book and then go back to the office and spend a day or two playing connect the dots on trying to draw up the map. Or if you understand that process and you code the points correctly while you're out in the field, just based on the point description, when you come back into the office, you get your map mostly drawn for you. Okay, so that's why these two are the sort of the go by documentation for this particular process here. Okay, so we'll pop in and out of those books as we need, and next let's go ahead and get SurvCE running. Now, Charlie, you say you're still on version 5, is that correct?
Currently, I haven't downloaded 6 yet.
Okay. Had you told me something earlier that you said that Carlson got worked out on supporting your
Well,
equipment?
they only support it up to 6.08. After that, they don't support it anymore.
Okay, up to SurvCE 608?
Yes,
Okay, I'm not sure we're much further beyond that anyway. Okay, so, but you're using 5, so there, be sure and let me know as we look at things, whether whether you, because I've got both of them here, 5 and 6. 6 is what you've got in that download session, so let me know if there's something that doesn't look the same on your side, and I'll go back and compare it
okay, go ahead,
to the.
but work with 6, because as soon as I can, I'm gonna load 6 in line here.
Yeah, okay, well, that's the plan here too. Daniel, how about you? Are you up to date on yours?
I'm not sure which version it is, but we got it in 2019, so it's
Okay.
semi-modern, I think.
Yeah, all right, sounds good. Again, the same advice that I just gave Charlie. If you're not seeing the exact same thing, just let me know, and I'll either say, oh yeah, well, that's a new feature, or, oh, well, you need to turn this switch on.
Yeah. Okay, I just checked. It's 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so now are you guys both, are you running this class on your data collector, or are you using the simulator on the?
I've got the data collector here in front of me and the simulator, so I was just going to kind of use whichever one worked the best, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Well, I would recommend, if you want to be able to test out various options without worrying about, changing a working configuration that you have on your data collector. Not that I've ever really gotten these to break anything, but try it on the desktop side
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and get things started here, and pop this up and let it show here. Okay, so now I've got this running here. Again, you recognize it from being what's on your data collector screen. Now there is see if I can find. Let me see here. Be sure it was. Yeah, it won't be in. It won't be on the data collector itself, but I'm trying to figure out where it is that where we set up the it's right here. If you're running on the desktop, and if it's looking like this, See how tiny this is on my screen?
Yeah.
If it helps you visually wise to not be so tiny on the computer screen, if you go up to the hard hat pull down menu and go down to the scale app, what does it say? API scale app UI user interface. You can make it, 1 time, 2 time, or 3 times as large. Then you have to exit and come back in. And so now, it could be really nice and big so you can see it. I typically run mine on the 2x because it's typical, it'll shows up nicely on my screen. But if I keep this, I'll leave it nice and big here so we can see it without any trouble. We'll see how that goes now. So if you have
And-
this up and yes, go ahead.
And on mine, when I open the SurvCE demo, I get a job test 5/19/21. Not a new job.
Yeah, so that's just because that was my last job. Same thing with yours is when you start up and you start that process up. See, it will either, it can either ask you this or not. There's a configuration that does that. And if it's set to automatically continue last job, then that means whatever you're seeing up here where mine says new job, that was the name of your last job. So if I had, I don't even know where I've got it. Let's see here. Let's go up to Carlson SurvCE. Stake subdivision, we'll call it. Okay. So there now is my job. I've got actual points in it. And it says job stake subdivision. And if I had my things configured so that it automatically started that, it opened with the last job, it basically just bypasses that prompt. And it's as if I've hit that button and it just goes ahead and loads it up and puts that previous job in my data collector memory. Okay. If that's not the job I want, then I just hit the job button and go ahead and find a different job. Okay.
Okay.
So that's all that part means.
Well, I changed mine. I've got job, new job now.
Yep. And if you did, if you instead of opening a job there, if you made a new job, it would just ask you for that. For you to tell it what the job is and that sort of thing. Okay.
Okay, we're good then. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So now let's take a quick peek through some of these controls, what they are, where it is that you're going to sort of categorize where things are found. You have on the data collector screen, you've got several areas of things to look at. You've got this, what's called the status bar. That's this top strip across, where it shows you a couple of, there's some icons that have some meaning, and there's some information that tells you what's going on there. You've got this little, what's called the hard hat or the help menu. And when you click that, you get a couple of things in here that are, this, for instance, here, if I pull down that and I'm out here, I can go straight to, say, my feature codes. All right. Now, otherwise, I would be in the software. I have to go to the file tab, the feature code list, and that puts me in that same deal. So these are just a couple of handy little shortcuts that get you to the same things. There is in this particular case, we've got this scaling function. I don't think that's in the version that's on the data collector. But then you've got, you know, some view data, you got raw data and cut sheets that you can look at. You know, again, things that are just things that you can do. Here's your raw data. We are in, well, a different raw data file than what we have here. So in new job. So these are all things that you can do in other places, but they're just get put for you here so you can jump straight to them. There is also this help system, and almost 99% of people that run SurvCE, if they do that, they don't see this, okay? Because they had not installed that, you know, the help system in the data collector. Same thing for here, you have to install it on the computer. And that was that folder that I had you download that says HTML help. Okay, and then where we wound up putting that, let's see, and that is in, yeah, there's a folder called HTML help, and it's got a subfolder in it called images that has all of the little pictures that are part of this help system. But the way you install this is you take that HTML help folder, keep the name the same, and then you're going to install it in the software there. And there's, you know, tech support from Carlson can step you through that. There's step-by-step instructions on their website that tell you about doing that and how to install it. But it goes in the directory that you have installed SurvCE in, both on the data collector and as far as this demo goes, in its same location. Now for the demo, that's going to be in program files. Let's see if I can find it here. Let's see, under Windows, let's see. Under to be in sorry, I'm looking in the wrong darn place. So if I'm going to go there, I need to go here first. All right, got it. There we go. So now under program files, it's, you would think you would look under these Carlson folders, but I think it is named directly SurvCE. So maybe it's program files x86. And what am I looking? Here it is, SurvCE demo. All right, so once you're in there, you're going to see a couple of folders as well. There's a data folder, and that's where your jobs are going to live and your codes and such. And then there's a folder called SurvStar, and that's where the main system is installed. And right here is this HTML help folder. So you're going to take that folder that you downloaded, and you're going to just take the entire folder as you downloaded it from that Dropbox link. You're going to navigate over to your program files, x86, SurvCE, demo 6 in this case. But if you're doing it on the data collector, you'd find out the same location. And you look for the SurvStar folder, and you're going to put this HTML help folder inside the SurvStar folder. Okay, so it's oh, I'm so sorry. Here, let me see. I'm sitting here looking at where all this was navigated and you didn't see it. I apologize for that. It was a different screen. So over here's my program files, 86. I had, here's the old, this is my version 5, and it did the same thing under SurvStar. And you see down there's the HTML help. Well, the same thing is with SurvCE Demo 6 under SurvStar HTML help. So that whole folder is just wholesale dragged and dropped right into there. Okay.
That now, is that into the data collector or is that on the computer?
Well, right now you're looking at it on my computer, but that also is the case for the data collector itself. And
Okay.
you're going to now, and I think it's this same folder. Okay.
Okay.
You know, so I think you could just transfer that to your data collector and put that thing in there, just lock, stock, and barrel as it is. Now, this other thing that we want to talk about from those other folders that you downloaded, there's one here called symbols. And I look at it and I've got, you know, inlets, mappings, map symbols, north arrow, others. And these are all basically just they're DXF files. They're little mini AutoCAD type files, and they're essentially the point symbols. Okay, so again, to install these, you're going to take the symbols folder, that entire folder that you downloaded. You're going to go to the same SurvStar folder where SurvCE is installed, and you're going to go to this folder called user template. There's another one called user data, but you don't want to put it there. You're going to put it in user template and just put that same symbols folder, again, wholesale, in that user template folder. Okay. And if you want this stuff to work the way you're going to see it in the simulator on the data collector, that's something you'll have to do. That's not part of the standard installation, unless they've changed something in the last version, which I didn't notice that they did, but I don't have a data collector to test it on. Okay. So that is that process, so that when you look at these points, if I'm using let me see if I can find a point here. There's 10:010. Catch basin. I'm trying to. Right there, for instance, is a sanitary manhole. There's a drainage manhole, there's a catch basin. All right, so if I've got this point, for instance, it's 101, and here's this description of CB, meaning for catch basin. If I have my feature code list, and let's see if I've got one. I'll just load this one up. And that was called CB. There's CB. Okay. So if I'm not drawing line work, I'm just using points. And if I set my symbol, then I've got these, cuts in concrete, inlet symbols, map symbols. There's some north arrows. You see they look kind of crude here. They're very pixelated because that's, what basically all the screen on the data collector is going to be able to support. So I'm going to look under inlets. This was a catch basin. Maybe I want my catch basins to look like a square with little like grates across it. Okay. So I'm going to make that one my catch basin. And then I'm going to scroll down here and let's find my MH for manhole. And you may not have these loaded in yours at this point, but if that's going to be a point in my code for MH, I can now set this symbol and I'll come back. Do I have, I guess it's still under inlet. And let's use, there's one for sanitary sewer. I'm not sure what that one even says in 38, but I'll go with this one in 37. All right, so now, yeah, let's save those changes. Airline profile. Y. Didn't like that for some reason. Feature code list for CB. Huh? Shouldn't be getting that. And when I process this, because that is a code CB, it should show me my symbol. All right, I'm not gonna dwell too much on that. Here's simply do field to finish. Yeah, see that, and that right in here is a manhole point. These MH points, those should also be drawing with those. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, that's why. That's actually, I think, somewhat new. All right, so now you can see in that manhole, you see the symbol is that circle with the SS on it. Same thing here for these manholes. Over here's my catch basin. So you can see once they're assigned to a symbol in my field code list, I can now tell when I'm out here, and if I want to freeze off my point ID and my elevation, then I can see a lot about what I've been gathering. Here's one, and if I change that SAN MH to just MH, see, it now takes on that symbol. Or I could have changed the code for SAN MH. I could have had a special code for that that said use that symbol. Sign itself, that means I'm going to have to go back. And let's see if I've got one called sign. Don't think, oh, there it is. It's a point instead of symbol. And maybe looks like a sign. And then back to here, field to finish again and update. Sign, okay. Well, that particular symbol didn't like it very much. Let's see if maybe there's something wrong with that symbol. Okay. Okay. Save the changes, error right in the code file again. There may be something going on with that. Field to finish. Draw, draw. No, do not. So manhole comes right away. Sign. That worked that time with that point. Well, anyway, don't want to belabor this. If I change this to something. And then put it back to that code. Then it takes it on. I don't know why. One 120, let's try 129. So if I were to edit 129 and call it a sign. All right, so that's working fine there. In terms of changing. If something already has signs, see, those should be. Those should automatically change based on that, but let's see. If I. Mhm. And check that and then check it back. Yeah, okay. So if you've added a code here, if you've edited a code to use a symbol, and those points have that code, I don't know why, this is some kind of a bug. Because if you recall, these MH and CB points brought that in correctly. Now, again, I don't have a data collector to test, so yours may be okay. But these 2 points with a code called sign never updated until I changed them and then changed them back. I also just found out you can go to this button on the left-hand side where you set the options for the graphics, uncheck the use symbol from feature code list, come back to it, turn them, which basically turns off the symbols, run it again, click it to say, yes, use the symbol. So that forces it to go back and reread that FCL, the feature code list. Now that's what field to finish update is supposed to do as well, but apparently its main function here is the doing things like running the road type of thing. So if I have, for instance, road PC, and let's make this road PT. Okay, so now I've got a PC to a PT, except I did these backwards. PC. PT. Okay, so now if you see, I'm in field to finish. I've edited those. I've edited these point codes now, and I need to now run field to finish. I'm going to update. So you're going to see see those 2 line segments. So if I update, see how it now puts a curve in there, because I've gone from a PC point of curve through another road point, then to my PT, my point of tangent. So that's, again, it should also handle those symbols, but right now it's just used to update the drawn line work in our set of points. Okay. So we're going to get to all of that and how we got to those symbols and those codes and what that's going to do for us. But I hope you can get a glimpse of you know, when you're out in the field and you're surveying some features here and you get in the edges of the roadway or a parking lot and you're picking up, you know, a manhole, a fire hydrant, a tree, whatever else. So you can, you know, if I'm not doing field to finish, if I'm just, you know, if I've just got a bunch of points, that doesn't necessarily tell me as much as if, if I see something like this, and even if I have, these, you know, turned off, I can see that I've got, you know, what it is I came to get. Those are, I don't know, whatever points those are. DMH. Apparently my DMH codes are set. Yeah, these are set to draw lines between. Those are, in this case, that would be a drainage manhole that drains. So these are all showing, looks like a storm sewer network. Okay, but that's all controlled by our field to finish, and you can get a sense of, if I can see that on my data collector screen, I know whether or not I've finished my work, which is a lot different than just seeing a mass of points. Okay, so let's turn off the elevations to save a little bit of screen. Okay, so let's figure out now how we got to that point. So I'm going to come back here and we're going to talk about this interface and what we have going on here. You do have this top stripe that gives us some information. We've got this menu that has our help system, talked about how to install that. We can jump from here straight to certain things, like here's our feature code list. That was the same as me pulling it off of this file, feature code list. I can go straight to a little calculator, and I've got different, you know, like a curve calc. If I've got a railroad or roadway curve and I've got a radius, let me say a radius and a delta. So if I got a 50-foot curve and it went through a, say, a 25, it's going to run the calculations here and give me what those values are. And you can use these to go back and forth and populate these. You can copy and paste and put those into other things, or you can solve, you know, from 0.102, please, sorry. Let's pick them from here. So if I went from 131 to 132 to 133, those are the numbers of that curve. Okay, and you can see what I've done is simply run this calculator, and that came from this menu here. Now, once I'm in a routine, for instance, that menu sort of goes away. I get to help or go to max or minimize. So that was my calculator. You've got these different little shortcut ways to it from that menu. This next little icon is basically going to, let's see, I might be over here, something, and if I click that, this should really indicate, I thought it was going to switch it, but it doesn't. But anyway, it's going to indicate whether you've, as to which is the equipment, sort of like this one. If I go back to total station, yeah, see how this now changes to indicate the equipment. It's sort of superfluous because this does the same thing. That's now my total station. So why they've put that there as well, I don't know. The job colon, and then the name of the job. Now, on the data collector itself, the job name, what you are actually storing is a series of a bunch of different files. But ultimately, what you're collecting is a coordinate file that Carlson uses in the desktop survey software. And it usually has an extension on that file name called .crd. So that's a coordinate file that goes into Carlson. And now you're also collecting other files as well, like the raw file and like the .rw5 raw file. You could be collecting a .lev level file if you're using an automatic level and you're running levels and that sort of thing as well. But ultimately, that's essentially what you're getting is that coordinate file. And you can take that coordinate file and use it directly. Okay. No translation. You don't have to export as a text file and bring it in as a text file. You don't do anything with it. You just do, you just bring the CRD file from the data collector to the computer and go with it. You can also, and I prefer doing it this way myself, particularly if I'm using total station observations, is bring the raw file over to Carlson, and then you can run your adjustments, you can process the raw file, and you'll generate the CRD file on the computer with adjusted coordinates, and go from there. You could also then take that CRD file once you've made adjustments or edited points or added points or taken points away, and then you could turn around and put that right back on the data collector, and that now becomes that file. So the whole thing is the job. If I look at my file tab and I choose a job, see, there's your .crd. So, and that's all you're doing is adding into this job based on using a CRD or a CRDB file. Okay, so and again, it's one and the same file. Now, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
You being in Weirton, do you know Mike Shep?
Yeah.
Okay, he's one of my good friends of well over 2 decades. Knew him back before he sold his business to Dewberry and then took it back out and all that. But he's back out and doing survey work out now over in Shepherdstown. And in fact, I work with him quite often over Zoom sessions, just as direct support. He'll call and need some help with putting a plat together and that sort of stuff. That's why you see, I saw his name here. I've got some sample data for a couple of things. That's why I thought you might know him, because he was quite active in the Association of Surveyors there. And since you're being in the same state, I figured you might know him. And he got, let's see. Yeah, he and his wife just got over COVID a few months back. Of course, his wife's mother's still living. She's 103, I think.
Wow.
But yeah. But Mike's another one of those good ones. Anyway, but again, this up here just simply back to the business here. So it just indicates our coordinate file name, our CRD file name. That's our job file. So that's what we're talking about on the data collector with a job, is we're talking about the coordinate file. That's what everything is based around. Okay, this next indicator is a battery. That's not a clipboard. It's a battery, and it just tells you how your battery's doing. You turn your sound on and such like that. You can, I don't know, a lot of people that's not necessarily anything of any great benefit, because you're going to know when you're running out of power, of course. This icon lets you switch equipment when you are out there in the field, you can actually switch it to a different instrument type, back and forth from GPS to total station. It basically lets you hot switch these. Once you've identified them here, you can use that button to save you the steps of going back over to here and then choosing, well, I can't even get my GPS simulator from here, but I could switch to total station, set all this up and blah, blah, blah. So here within this demo, I've got this GPS simulation and a manual total station, which basically the manual total station means when you're out there collecting points in this simulator, you have to type in the angle and the distance that your instrument would normally be observing. You can also do that in case you happen to have an old transit and tape. You can type those numbers in on a data collector while you're doing that survey. But this is the button to allow you to switch to a different one. This other button that looks like a globe puts you in the map view, okay? Now this map view is similar to, but it's not exactly the same as the graphic view when you're surveying points. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But the map view, if you want to think about that, that is your little mini CAD system. And you can tell you're in it because you have these view and draw menus, okay, from which you can, you know, we can find a point. That was one I was looking for before. What was it? 10:10, I think. Yeah, see, and there, that was that manhole point. And so there, he jumps right to it. You know, so you're in this little mini CAD system. You can also tell because it has this little, its own set of little pull down menus, and you'll see a file, DXF, DGN, where you can import and export the various CAD files. You know, and you got some different things here. You can even, if you save as, you can change the name. So it makes a copy of the current file from new job and you put it in a different place. So it's telling me that, hey, you've already got one name of that. But it also tells you when you're in that map view, of course, it says right up here in the strip, map view, but map view, and which is something to not be confused with the graphic mode of when you are surveying, what they call the graph mode or graph screen or something like that. It's very similar looking, but it's a different aspect of it. This is sort of something where you can do those little edits, just like you saw me do here on this curb or on the edge of pavement when I said, oh, that's really a circular curve. I just forgot to put the indicators that turned it into a curve. So it let me do a couple of things there and see the results in my screen. Okay. Now, when you finish up with your job and you've got these things drawn, you see the drawn elements here. When you bring that back into the computer and you bring the CRD file over, all you have at that point is a bunch of points, and you have to run field to finish again in the office. Or you could do some things like you can even draw, say, a polyline. Let's draw let's say a 3D polyline, and it says pick a point or a point ID. So maybe I'm going to go from, say, 101 to 103, a catch basin feeding this drainage manhole. So if I go from here to here, you know, I've drawn this line. That's not part of my field to finish. I've just manually drawn this. Okay. So if I take this file now back to the office and transfer it into my office, I'm not going to get that drawn line. I'm just going to get a bunch of points, unless here's where you do the transfer, is you can export a DXF or DWG, and that takes the graphics that are drawn here in terms of polylines now. It won't take the symbols, I don't think. Let's export a DWG, and we're going to put that on. Let's see here, we'll just call it new job. Okay. So you export line work and export the points as either just AutoCAD points as text with symbols or not, or you can even use Carlson point blocks. Okay. And then the version of the file, now it's up to 2009. They really could use some updating on that, but we don't have it yet. So off we go. It's now going to process that. And then while that's working, I could minimize there, go back to a desktop software. And then once that's done, see, I've got something. Anyway, I've got two. All right, so now if I started a new file, off I'll go, just having a new, and I'm just going to now just go junk. And we'll put it in SurvCE samples. Oops. Bring that there, and now we could bring in the coordinate file. And we are in our stake subdivision. Okay, you could then draw, locate your points if you wish, or and I can see that I had these points here. Whoops, not the file I want. I want new set coordinate file. I want new job. Sorry about that. So if I look at those now back in the survey part, here are those ones, and you can see I've got the let's see, I didn't need the time. Let's see, report range header. Let's turn the notes and such off. There we go. So now these are those ones that you see, and I've got those manhole points. I've got some catch basins. There's my sign. There's my road, PC and PT. So those are now the points. Now I haven't drawn anything in the drawing yet, and if I were to do so, I would just be drawing those points unless I ran field to finish and used the same code table. But because I used that DXF export, I can now bring in DXF files And there now is not only the drawn line work and my symbols, but I have these points. And you see it says, well, right now it's just a point in the drawing. I can, but I've already tied it to this point. I can just make it, whoops, sorry, not existing. Instead of new job DXF CRD, 1, 2, 3, 4, there we go. So I'll now open that. So now there's that point. So that's another route to getting the data in here, is to bring these across like so. And these all have elevations, but you don't see them there because when I brought these right now were just blocks. See, that just says it's a block reference. So if I want those to actually be, a true Carlson point, although it's finding the point, then I would just redraw all the points. And now you're going to see the elevations show up, but all those symbols went away. And because I redid those, and these now come in with whatever text style, whatever point symbol, whatever size that I told it that I wanted. And let's cut this down to, say, a 20 scale. And draw those again. So they're not quite so huge. All right. So that's just some of the functionality of this part. Is if you've made some edits in here, let's say I did field to finish, but I don't have field to finish in this point, say 101 to 103. If that's not part of that coding, it doesn't get automatically created. And that's where I have to use these draw tools and draw these different things in here. And then if I want to take those edits and bring them into my system back in the office, that's when you go to that file menu. You're going to export a DXF or DWG and bring that in to what you're working on here. Okay. So that's the button there, that in and out of map view. And the map view is the little mini CAD system. Your zoom controls, there's zoom extents, zoom in, zoom out, zoom by window, zoom previous, and then the view control button that lets you choose whether to display various of the 3 assets. And if you turned all of those off, so that now the only thing you have showing up are the point symbols from the line work, just to get some clutter out of the way. When you go back to it, you say, oh, they're all great. I want to see the point numbers, or I want to see the description. Well, the first thing you have to do is, once you've done that, you have to hit thaw all. And then if all you wanted were the descriptions, you could uncheck these. But once you uncheck all of them, you have to thaw all and then go back and fix it. Okay. And if you wanted to turn your elevations on and you wanted to see even those with 0 elevations, let's just look at elevations only. And so there are your various elevations. Those that have 0 elevations, it looks like they all have some kind of elevation, because we started at around 1,000 feet apparently, and just brought the points in around that area. Okay. So again, with that, once it's grayed out, thaw all, and then turn on and off what you want to use, and whether or not to use symbols from the feature code library or feature code list. And Now there is a catch basin. I think I'm gonna have, oh, you know what to do here, let's see. I want to. Yeah, so in that case, it did not update my symbols. I would just go back, uncheck it, and then, uncheck it, come back in here, run it again, turn it back on. Apparently it's having a little trouble updating that. Daniel or Charlie, either one, if you guys are running this also on a data collector, I don't know if you're having those same issues. It might just be the simulator that's not doing that update. But in any case, I would say give it a try. If something doesn't work exactly what you're looking for in terms of these symbols, then I would uncheck it, return, run the thing again, check it back on, return, and that should reset it. Okay. So if we have anything as we go along, just keep those things in mind. You might have to reset that stuff, right? So that's our map view. That's the CAD system. Now, the rest of the interface is where we have some job controls, and it has a tab called File. I mean, that controls not just the job, but of course, again, remember the job has to do with points. So we can look at our points. We can import and export coordinates as well. Delete a job and find out, about, so it gives you the version number. You can then exit to get you in and out of that. But you choose a job, you see the picture of the icon is a folder that's being opened. So in other words, open a job. Okay. You've got some job settings, and we're going to talk about these here in a minute. And the points go straight into the point editor. And that tells us, again, this stripe up here at the top, the status bar says, I've got 56 points and my largest point number is 10014. Okay, so I've got a total of 56. I'm less than or equal to that point number. These buttons, if I open that folder, that's going to look at the summary of this job. So it is my coordinate file is listed right here. It is alphanumeric as a type. I've got in my point report, my highest point is 10014. I'm using points 1 through 4, and then I skip over 5 through 100. It goes straight to 101 to 136, and then 99, 99 to 10014 for a total of 56. Here are the unused points. So these are ones, if you're one of these surveyors that groups points in certain number ranges, like all my control points are 1 through 100, all my stakeout points are 501 through 599, whatever, that you may have a little system that you're going to use. This will give you a listing of the ones you've used in ranges and the ones you have unused in ranges, so you know which point number to assign. Okay. The little toolbar icon here lets you set some settings on essentially what gets displayed. The point ID, northing, easting, elevation, description, notes, and whether to show the notes, and how much you want to increase your next point ID if you are using the automatic point numbering, using the highest point ID. So start with the highest number and go from there. If this is unchecked, it's going to go to the first unused point in that group and start filling in those gaps. Okay. Now, and you can always, but this is just what by default goes into that field. You can always change that on the fly when you're working. When I sit on a category up here, You can see any of these that I changed, this is going to show me, this is the actual field name and then the display name. So when I look at my points, right here is that display name, PTID, or the PTID is real, it's the point ID, but and then northern and eastern. So you might want to change, you know, that to just be you know, to just be in, or even a something like that, and that's going to look like, go back to it now. Well, apparently they didn't like, I think I got to update. There we go. And so now you see it's just what you're doing is setting the headings for that category. And how many digits that you want to see in the elevations and in the northern and easting. And then any of these you can move up and down on the list, and it's going to always repeat this point ID on the tail end of it. And we typically start, you know, with this, with the point number, northern, easting, elevation, and description, because that's the order we are used to seeing them in Carlson. This also just concludes it in case you're scrolled way over, you always know what point you're on. If I say don't show point notes, then the notes goes away from here. But if you're a user of point notes and you want to do so, you'll see that as well. So, and now notice, like I've got my notes as my last list in the category, but I still see this point ID. That's because it's going to, like I said, it's going to always show you the point ID off on the right, so that, you know, even if you're scrolled and it goes off the left, you're going to still be able to see it over here. Okay. And again, another one of these buttons at the top is, you'll see an arrow, which basically means go back or return to where you were. So again, part of that user interface. So we do things here. We can do some calculation of points. We can actually do a survey. This is the actual work of gathering the points or staking out the points, in which case you can store points. That's when you're observing existing points, staking points and staking it out. You can figure that out as well. Pretty self-explanatory. And these little icons can sort of help you get a sense of what they do as well. You can stake a line or a circular arc, and that's going to be based on, you know, distance down the feature. Same thing with an offset. You're going to find a feature and you want to put a point somewhere away from it, and this is actually to measure that. Okay, whereas in coordinate geometry is where you're going to actually calculate, like the station store, that's the stationing along an alignment. Okay, so these are the different main computation sets of commands that are found on these two. The road tab, this is where, and again, this is the optional additional module that you can buy to run on SurvCE. And do either of you gentlemen have this on your system?
I do not.
Nor I.
Okay, so you probably don't do a lot of roadway staking. Is that, if that's the case, then that's fine. We won't really spend a lot of time on this. And so this is what I was telling you about. If you do things like some in particular roadway stuff, again, that's what it's for. But you can bring in all of these different center lines and profile stuff. You can edit a you know, an alignment. and then save it as a alignment file. See, it becomes a .cl file that you can then load back up into Carlson on the other end of things. You can load up files like if you draw a center line, here's one called test, and that shows you, there's a tangent length, there's a curve, another tangent, a curve, and a tangent. So, and here's the file down below here showing me that it's this one called test.cl. Okay. Right. So those are the things. So center line, edit or draw profile, and templates, edit or draw. Let's see if I've got one of those to show you. Probably not. From there, let's go up to civil. Yeah, basic 2-lane, basic. It's just got shoulders. See if yeah, there's one with curbs, you see. So there's now my roadway template. I see I've got a back slope, and then this is probably a sidewalk area, the flat across, and then it slopes down to the back of curb, the top of curb, the face of curb, the gutter or the edge of pavement, and then that goes to our center line. And so there's now my roadway template. Okay, and so as part of here's the editor, but I wouldn't really be doing the editing here. I would do it in the office. But all of these different things, and this is all I'll really talk about, is that when you go to stake the road, you can pull these from files, either, the centerline files that are actually created in the civil design, or you can get a cross-section file. And it's slightly different than the design files are going to be centerlines, profiles, and templates. And it's going to calculate this on the fly. The section files are actually observed and captured from the computer in the office that also use those things, but then it's going to take that raw section data and put it on the data collector. And you can also, cut cross sections based on alignments that you have in the data collector, or you can read an actual model. And so once you choose those, you can load up those files and off they go. And then you've got your different abilities. When you go through that, you're going to then step down through all of those points along all of these points along the template. It'll when you say go, I want to stake these points, it's going to drive you to this point, and then to this point, this point, this point, this point. And then when you finish across this template, across the cross section, you hit go again, it's going to step you, 25 feet or 50 feet, whatever you've put in as your station interval is going to go to that next point, and then it's going to calculate those points and drive you to this point, this point, this point, this point, so that you can then stake those points, all without having to do that in the office, generate the points, dump a bunch of points in the data collector, and then remember which ones of those point numbers mean what. So it's a nice little handy utility to have if you do a lot of roadway construction. If you don't do any, no need to have it. So I'm gathering that you guys are without it. So we won't spend any more time on that with our session. We've only got a day to go through stuff. Okay. So that's essentially it. Controls the files and the file tab and the loading and saving and import exporting of jobs. The equipment is our configuration. And then the two main functions. Survey actually gathers points or stakes out points. Kogo does some calculations, just like you would imagine, according to geometry. And then back and forth to here, and you've also got a Kogo menu in here. Okay, this is their little mini CAD system, little map stuff. There are those who use SurvCE never use this screen whatsoever. They never look at it. And I'm not going to say that that's wrong, but I will say that they're not getting the most benefit out of the software if they don't learn to use that part of the system. Okay. So, but it's there in total and not totally required. You can do it all with these. And when you survey a point, for instance, if you, I'm going to switch up here in my equipment. I'm going to go down to my GPS simulation. I'm going to go back to the equipment tab for a minute, excuse me, and go to my localization. See if I can do this right with the simulator. I think that's fine. Let's see here. Simulation position. Let me see if they changed this part here. So if I, let's go to point 1, 5,000, 5,000. Oops, I start from this position. There we go. All right. So you used to have to do a fake localization to set this, but this new version of this, of the demo, lets you set this simulator to a starting point. Now, if you go to our survey tab and we change state plane. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so that's now starting me at my point number. Now, right now, you see, I'm in survey mode. I'm ready to start collecting points. You guys have probably seen this screen, except Charlie, I think you said yours is mostly text. Okay, so you're not necessarily looking at the screen. So one of the things you can do is switch to text mode, and that's what you would normally see, okay, in text mode. And so a lot of us don't realize that if we hit, you know, either through here from text or at this point, they used to have it, if they graph, if I say map, that see map is not the same thing. I'm back in that little CAD system. So I'm in survey. On the text screen, I've got this little graphic button that puts me in the graphics mode. And then I can, you know, bebop around and say maybe in here, I stored a point and it's taking all of these little GPS values. It's pretending. And at this point, I've got or whatever code. Let's just do a point. I would just call it a tree. And we'll say enter. So now that's stored a point called tree. And you can see if you're doing something while you're surveying out here, and if you're using this graphics screen, again, I'm going to store one. And I'm going to call this a, let's call it RD again. So road, well, if I can, R, what's, there we go, road, starting there. Yeah, road 1 begin, okay. So now there's that. I'm going to come up here. I'll store another point. And it's going to keep that same code, and I'm going to say PC to start a curve. And I'll go over here a little ways. And I'm going to do, again, just an RD, that's fine. My road point. And now if you notice, I began my road, I'm starting a curve. I've now got another point. And I'm going to store this. And I'm going to put this one down as end of curve. So my picture here makes my PT. And we're going to talk about all these in just a minute here. Okay. And then I'll go say up here and we'll call it. We'll keep the code. There's my RD, but it's my end of. All right. So there it's done. Now, if I'm doing all of this in the text version, you know, it's going to look like this. And I have to know, okay, well, I'm getting ready to do an RD1 space PC. So I don't have, you know, I've got the buttons that I can use, but I can't see what I'm doing. Okay. So I can, however, in here, I can see it in real time as I'm collecting those points. Okay. And then you can turn your active line work that you want to turn on or off and set various things that apply to whichever equipment you have configured. And this is some configuration on the satellite business. If I switch to this, that takes me to text. That's back to graphics. Okay, so that text mode is the very same thing as this text mode here. I think store points up, store points. So graphics. Let's pick. Point number, antenna height. It's a little bit different layout. So, but in any case, the point I'm trying to indicate here is that if you're not using this graphic screen when you're out surveying your points, you're not going to be able to see that relationship between those points. You're just basically going to have to keep it in your head as you start to do this kind of stuff. And I think that's going to be something that's going to be pretty valuable for you. Okay. So let's see, where are we time wise here? A little bit after 11, probably past our time for a good morning break. It's a quarter after. So what we'll do is we'll put a bookmark here. I'll let you take your give you a little 15-minute break. We'll come back at 11:30, and then we're going to jump back into this, and we'll be back. Should be back on their schedule. First of all, does anybody have any questions at this point, or think you see, you know, some additional things that you might not be using that could be helpful for you, or you know, any kind of stuff? Let me know. You know, do we need to So we talked about the road stuff, like you guys don't do it, so we're not going to spend any time doing that kind of stuff. But you know, if there's anything in particular that you do that we'll make sure that we cover, be sure and let me know as we go through these, because we're just basically going to step through some of these examples so you can see where this stuff is done. I will go over this feature code list and the you know, which is the basis of field to finish. And again, you have all those books that we talked about here, this easy and advanced field to finish stuff, because that's really sort of the foundation of this and the power that it gives you out in the field prior to coming into the office. Okay. So no questions on things. I will pause our record. Okay, guys, I am back. Just let me know if you are. Give me a thumbs up or just unmute. All right, Dan, I see you're there. Sorry, Daniel. I get it right. So, Charlie, are you back yet? You are muted if you're speaking. All right, we'll give Charlie a minute or two more here. Okay, Daniel, while we're waiting on Charlie to get back, any questions on your end or?
No, I'm
Maybe.
just kind of just seeing what I can do to kind of help our workflow out. I've seen a couple things.
Okay,
What we typically do, we have one giant project that kind of covers the whole state. We go out and collect the data. We're just collecting points basically, and then we export a text file for those 20 points that we collect, and then add it to that big project as we go.
okay. Now, are you using Carlson SurvCE in the office to keep that project going, or?
Yes, Carlson 2021, I think I have.
Okay.
Carlson.
So you said that you are exporting a text file and then bringing that in that way?
Yes, I've never tried to operate straight from the CRD file. I don't know if I can merge it with my existing CRD or how that works, but that might be something I
Yeah,
can work with.
you can. That's one of the reasons I asked you that question, to see if there's something workflow wise that can help with. And I think that'll help you with a great deal of cutting out, not only cutting out a few steps, but also cutting out those large text files. So I'll show you how that's done and how you do it, you know, both here and in the office software. I'll show you how you do the merge. Okay. We'll take care of that part next. Okay, Charlie, are you back yet? He may have got a phone call or something. All right, well, we'll let him come back in. We'll let him join us when he gets back here, but I'll go ahead and show you that part. So over here in the, in fact, if you have, are you sitting at your computer where you can run Carlson desktop?
Yes, I have it open right now.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and load that up, and we're going to start a new file. Okay, and you can just follow right along with me.
Okay.
Oh, looks like I got the AutoCAD version instead of IntelliCAD. I don't normally use this version. I usually use IntelliCAD, but this will work just fine. All right, so I'm going to take a new file. And off we go. It'll be new. It should come up here and step me through the wizard. I'm going to just start with a Carlson 23 template. Doesn't matter what template is. And I'm going to call this one serve CE point merge example. It'll be in English, 30 scales fine, all that stuff's good and fine. What a good. All right, here we go. So we say next. And now at this point, if you use this wizard to start a new file, you can, import points from data collector. And when that comes in, it's going to ask you you choose the file, and it's going to ask you if you want to merge it and all of that. But for right now, let's skip this part of the wizard. I'll show you where the commands are. We're just going to say a coordinate file. Now, if you have an existing one, you can set it. You need to make sure you choose this button and set it to that existing file. Or if you open a drawing file that's already had one associated, we'll open that too. But in our case, I'm just going to make a new one. And if I say set, you see it's in my, let me set my data path here. I'm in SurvCE class. That's where I wanted to be. I don't know why my file, I should have set that for me. But anyway, so I'm in my SurvCE class, and a SurvCE point merge example. I'll set, let's see, it brings that up. It's new, no import. I'm going to say next. And then that should come back up to just an empty file. I'm going to make sure this is, yeah, I thought so. I'm in the wrong, where I started was in the wrong place. So I'm going to go here and call it that. There we go. All right, so now I've got an empty file. I'm going to go to, I'm going to type Z center, so ZC, and I'm just going to type 5,000, comma 5,000. Yes, I know. And my magnification or height, I'm just going to type 200 so that I'm centered at 5,000, 5,000. I've got a 200-foot span top to bottom here on my window. All right. Now I'm going to go to my points menu, and I'm going to draw locate points, and I'm going to say screen pick, and I'll just pick a point up here, and it wants to know an elevation. I'll just call it 985.67. I'll give a description. I'm going to call that CTRL dash. And it's my control point. And I'll now come over here and pick a point. Say here, it's going to be number 2. The elevation, let's call that 990.2. And that's going to be, let's call that control 2. I'll come down here and pick a point, and we'll make that at an even 1,000, and we'll call that one a tree. Okay, so I've now got some points here, and I'll just hit enter to finish. So I've got 3 points already existing in my file. Okay, now I'm going to be back. Let's go back to SurvCE, and let's go to the file tab, and let's choose job, and we're going to call this job, instead of new job, we're going to call it, yeah, hi Charlie, welcome back. We're just going over how to merge these CRD files for Daniel and his workflow. He right now exports through a text file. We're going to show him how to cut that step out of his workflow, so he's only using CRD files. All right, so
Sounds good.
now, so what I've done, Charlie, let me back into this. We started a new file in Carlson survey, okay? And I've got some points in it. And my coordinate file, if I look up here at the top, I've got a coordinate file called SurvCE point merge example. Okay, that's my current file and my current drawing file. I now back in SurvCE, I went to the job tab, and I'm gonna type a job now here called merge points EX, merge points example, okay? So now I've got a new job. It's going to step me through this, yada, yada, yada. And I'll just take these defaults at this stage right now. Job number, I'll call it 123 dash merge. Yeah, these are all things. I'll show you where these came from in a minute. All right, so now I'm ready to go. I've got some points. I'm going to just add a point. And this time, this might be 0.101. And that's going to be 5,000, 5,000, elevation of 1,001.5. And we're going to call it from SurvCE. Boom, there it is. And if I look at that in my map, right there's my point. All right, so I've got now one point that's 0.11. Let's go to my survey. And I'm going to just store some points here. And it gives me a warning I'm not there. Let me see, where am I? Okay, I'm right there. My 5,000. So I'm going to zoom off of that a little bit here. Whoa, I'm way out of whack. Hang on a second. Let me go back to my equipment. Put this. Forgot where I did this here. I'm in my simulator. GPS utilities, there we go. All right, my simulator position, I'm gonna say that point, start from this position and go here. All right, so now back to survey, store points. There I am, I'm at that point. So I'm gonna go over here, get off that point a little ways. I'm gonna say store point. So I'm gonna grab these. I'm gonna call that one road. It's a start. There you go. Okay. So it stored that. Store point here. Actually, I meant. Don't need that. All right. All right, so there's a kink in it right here. That's going to be a road, and it's going to be the start of a curve. At that point, just let it be an RD point. Okay, well, anyway, you get the idea. I've got some points here, okay? And if I look at these points, let's go back to my file points. I've got 101, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, so they're all there separate. Now, back in here, now I've got that job actually still open. It's running in the simulator, but you would have transferred it from your data collector. Now, all you need to do to bring those points in is you're going to go to the points menu and you're going to not import a text or ASCII file, although you can do that. I think you can choose all of these formats. Nope, it's looking for a pure ASCII. All right, so we're not going to do it that way. So now what you're going to do from your points menu, instead of setting a coordinate file to a different file, you're going to go to either point utilities or choose this coordinate file utilities. You now have your point merge example CRD, point number 3, but we're going to import or export coordinate file or map points from a second file. Okay, so if we import export coordinate points, it's going to ask us to import points into the current file or export these points from this file into another file. So we're going to import into this file. And it wants to know the point coordinate file to import points from. So this is going to be, mine's in a different location, was in, where did I? SurvCE samples, merge points example. All right, so you can restrict the range or you can just take them all. My target file uses 1 through 3. I've got 101 through 105, so that's all I need. I could limit the descriptions or leave it as an asterisk to bring them all in. You can change any non-conflicting points, store the non-conflicting points automatically, and you can skip merging or skip the merge dialog if there are no conflicts. You can create a point group, and let's say when that comes up, you'll see what that does. You can also add a prefix or a suffix to the point names, like you might say, you know, today's date or something. So that lets you know when those points were created, or party chief's initials, anything like that. You can also add to the point names. You can say put 1,000 on the point names, so you know that they're not part of this main group. They came from somewhere else. All of those things you can control. But right now there are no conflicts, and we'll say okay. And this is going to be a group name, and we're going to just call it from additional field work. Okay. And now they're there. I list my points, list all my points. You see, I've got 1, 2, 3, and then 101 through 105. And everything's here. And I can now go to points, draw locate points, and just draw all. And you're going to see there's my 1, 2, 3. There's SurvCE. And there are those extra road points that I brought in. Okay, now that's it. There's no conflicts. Now, I also have this where I've got that point group that are just these points. And I might make another group called control, in which case I'm going to say by description, I said CTRL anything. And then I might create one more that says miscellaneous. And I might, let's see, let's look at exclude. description RD star CTRL star. Let's see what that does. So now I've got, yeah, no, it didn't. I went to, first of all, include all, and then exclude, there we go. So now my miscellaneous has tree and from SurvCE. Okay, so I've got, this one is also in from fieldwork because they came in when I merged. I now have this, and so I could even do something like, just get rid of all of these points. And if I draw locate points now, I'm going to draw a point group. I'm just going to do from additional field work. And so now that's there, even though my point file has all of those other points, which I can see if I draw all or choose those groups. Okay, so now that's with no conflicts. All right. Now, back to SurvCE, if we go to points, and remember we had that 1, 2, 3. So let's add point number 1, and we'll call it 5001, 5001, 999. CNFL for conflict. Okay, so that's point number 1. We'll add point number 3. And we'll call that one 5003, 5003. And we'll call it CNFL. All right, so now we have 2 that are going to conflict. These that are going to be non-conflicting. And we'll just come back to that. We'll come back to here. Now, if we go to points, I'm going to erase the other points by group, and let's take this out. And delete from coordinate file, yes, and yes, and yes. All right, so now we've only got the 3 points. We verify that with the list points all, just those 3 points, okay? Now, if we go to that same process under points, coordinate file utilities, we import and export coordinate points into the current file. There's our point from our SurvCE job. We open that up, and now you could say, all, or you could, whatever you want. Let's say all points we're going to bring in. And now here's going to be, now I could say, I could, if I know I've got a conflict, I could, maybe say 1 to 3 is my range, and I can add a 100 to it or not. But let's say we're going to store the non-conflicting points automatically. And let's not create a point group this time. We'll just say that. And we'll say, okay, let's bring them in. And now you're going to get this to come up. It says, aha, we've got, here we've got, the first conflict here is 0.1 and 0.3. And that tells you right there that it is a conflict. So in this file, the merge points example versus SurvCE point merge example in my desktop, I've got these 3 points already. I've got 0.1 and 0.3 conflict. And if there were others, you'd see them down the list down here, okay? So now it's going to tell you a couple of things here. The next available point after this, the highest point next is 106. And I've got 2 conflicts. I've got others that are non-conflicting. 5 points have resolved. Those are the 101s through. So now 1 and 3, if I say that, I can either overwrite the original 0.1, I can use the next available as a renumber, I can skip it, or I can say renumber And I can renumber the entire point range of the source file if I want. So that would just renumber that to use the next starting at point number. But if I just say, let's start at point number 101 and let's renumber. All right, so now it's resolved all of these. I still have point number 3 because let's see, I've still got one more. So I hit the next conflict. And let's start that one at 103. So now I have no conflicts. I have 1, 2, 3. And over here, I'm going to have 101, 102, 103. And then, what did I do here? I think yeah, up to 1007. So I'll say, okay. I'll say exit. And now I'm going to draw the points, just draw all the points again. And there you can see I've got those where they potentially had conflicted. I've got 101, 106, and 107. And if I look back now at my points here, 101, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Now I said use this one, and this one is 101 and 103. But what it did is it took those other points and pushed them down the list. If I look back here and see my list points, then right now my 101, there's my original 0.1 in my SurvCE file. Here's 102, 103. So my next available point was 106 and 107. So that is the original 0.1 back in here, 5001, 5001. 107 was my 0.3. Okay, so you can get those point numbers to where they no longer match. But I mean, you're doing that anyway when you import with a text file, because you're setting those up, you know, using separate point numbers. So you're going to take that same amount of care with point numbers. You just don't have to do it through export. You don't have to go here, go to points, or go in the file and import and export to a text file, and then go back here and say import, export text or ASCII file. That works. That's fine. It does the same thing. But because this is working directly with a CRD file, you can just take that file and go straight into this as long as you're running Carlson. The reason you would want to use the import export with a text file is in case you're giving this to another company that doesn't use Carlson, or if you use a different software in the office to where you can't use a CRD file, you have to import and export the points. Okay.
Sounds
Everybody-
good. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe that'll give you a little leg up on what you're doing on that end of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, absolutely. Charlie, do you have anything on your end that comes to mind immediately that you may have noticed in what we've done here yet?
The only thing I have is when I go out today, I pick up a bunch of points. I go out tomorrow, I pick up a bunch of points. When I
Okay.
merge this back together, the second day overwrites the first point, the first day's Traverse stuff. By Traverse, I mean the RW5 file.
Okay, so you're bringing in, so when you bring your points into Carlson here, you're not just setting the coordinate file to that job file, you're actually going to, let me switch to survey. You're actually coming here and you edit process the raw data.
No,
And it-
no.
Yeah.
When I download the data collector from the second day, if
Yep.
I tell it to move everything over, it overwrites the first day's RW5 file. Now I've gotten around this by every day I go out, I give the file a new date. So if
Yeah.
I'm out on a job 15 times, I've got 15 different files.
So you're doing like here, you see, I can have a different, I can name that, say 01/28/2023, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can do that right on the data collector while I'm doing that. And then when I bring that in, see it, let me see. Okay, that's correct. See, wrong. Let me make, let's see if I. And so it keeps this RW5 with the same name. It doesn't let me create a new one there.
So what I have to do is I actually get out, I take the file I'm working on, copy it, and then date it to the new date.
Okay, that would work. I'm trying to see what we, another way around that is if I. So there's my store points. That's all I did in that file. There's my GPS points. Okay, so that's my raw data. So if I transfer, then I bring across the CRD and the RW5, which is the raw observations. And if I wanted to edit process that raw data, it would be here. That's 101, 2, 3, 4, and 5, plus 1 and 3. So when you bring your points in, though, when you're here and you want to bring those points in, are you just bringing them into the points by looking at the CRD file, your
No, I
import
go up,
export?
I go up to survey
Mhm.
and then data collector,
Okay, and then you
and yeah,
use that, and then when that comes up, what does it ask you to do? Because this is not going to do anything on mine. I don't have it here. But like you would do, let's see, if I did that, see, you can't find it, but because it's not connected to it. But when you do that, it's going to ask you for, okay, so here's the files. So when you transfer, when you transfer, what files do you transfer? Do you take the CRD as well as the RW5?
yeah, well, I haven't been doing that because it overwrites that file. I just been transferring the coordinates. The coordinates overwrite the old coordinates, which is no problem. But if I want to retain my RW5 files, I've got to use a different day on every one of them.
Yeah, you could do that as when you're in SurvCE, you could simply make a new job number. You would say merge points, and then you could name it here, 01-20/2023, for instance. But then when you do that, you don't have any points in there. So you would have to go back here. If you want those old points that were already there, you could import, export. Now here, you don't have that same thing with CRD file, although this button does it. I can import and I choose the file type as a CRD file. I select my file and there's that old one from the previous work. I say, okay, imported 7 points. And so now I've got 1, 3, 1, blah, blah, blah. So that brings my points in here. But if I look at my raw file, under this one, it's only got, what I've done to this day. And there's my merge points. There's my new file name, but I don't have anything that I've done as far as collecting points in this raw file. So that's one way you can do it, is to, when you go out the next day, make a new job here and give it that. The way you're doing it is fine as well. You can go back here and make sure you take your old raw file and change the name so you don't overwrite it. But the other way is, if I go back to this point that had the raw file now, raw data. So there's now my 2 store points in my other observation. So I'm back to that raw file, merge points EXRW5. Now, yeah, so if you bring that over the next day into this system, that's going to have the same file number. So yeah, you would have to rename it just like you're doing to keep that as a separate raw file. But you could also do this once you're there. If you go to survey and edit process raw data, and you start with the one that we had here, okay? And then you could actually, at the end of that, let's see, can I think I can, let's see here, proper on startup. Right here, append another raw file. So if I keep my original one that I'm working with under tools, if I append in the raw file, I go and grab the other one that I worked on and open that. And now that has gone down here to the bottom. And there's my new raw file, the 01. Okay, so that's, and what that does is it keeps everything running as a continuous raw file in this master file, if you want to do it that way. So and then of course you have to, save the raw file and all of that. So that's one way to merge, but you're right. For that, you are correct in that if you don't change to a new job number here to where you get a second day's merge points, and you want to keep using these other points, if you do change it so that you get a new raw file name, so that you're not overwriting those raw files, you also are going to have a new CRD file name, and you need to then import and export these files if you want to bring them in from the old stuff. If you want to carry those forward, then they're going to come in to this file. Now, what happens when you do that? That merging gets registered in the raw file, okay? And then back over here, if you go to that raw data, you open up the first one, then you merge the second one. The second one is going to have all those merge commands where it brought the coordinates in. And so they would actually overwrite those previous coordinate points that you had. Now, hopefully they're all the same value because all you did was merge them over here. So they were all current in its previous state. You merged them in, so they're fine. So then when you process that raw file, you've got you're going to calculate the original things, the original occupations, the original observations, and then you're going to get down to where the appended part goes, and it's going to take all of those things that it just calculated and overwrite them with those new store points. And again, they should all match. But that's, that's another way of doing that. So probably I'm going to guess, you've got a working system. I'm going to say that's probably going to be the approach that I would recommend that you stick with if you're
Okay.
comfortable with that. But you see a couple of ways that you can wind up doing that. The way I typically do it is on my jobs, I typically make a new job file each day and bring in the other points. But the only thing you have to keep in mind when you're doing that back and forth is if you've done something here, this is from the actual survey, but if I find out, well, that needs to be over here and I move the point and I've now created this new point in a new location. So any edits I've made here, I've got to make sure that I preserve those changes if I load them back up into here. And
Okay.
so I start a new job each day, and then my points are good over here. Then I go to my points and I just merge them in to start over again. So that's one way. Or the other way is you just keep adding to the file. You keep working on the job here, and you just keep each day, you just keep adding stuff to it as it goes. And then when you're back, or I'm sorry, when you're back over here, you're just starting fresh each time. You just start over again, but you get the entire body of work. Okay, so that so the raw file that you did on day one, and you go out on day two, and if you overwrite that original raw file, day two's raw file still has all the work you did on day one in it. It just carries on with day two and 3, 4, and 5
Okay.
as you go. So it doesn't hurt to overwrite that raw file. You still have all of that previous work in it, as long as you haven't changed any of these point locations and values. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Okay. All right. So that's putting us a little bit into our lunch hour. We got our break late, so we're going to try to get things back on track. So I'm going to go ahead and if nobody has any immediate questions, or if you do, let me know. If not, we're going to break for lunch. We'll get your full lunch hour in. So we'll start back here at 1:15, and we'll go over now some of these configurations that might be helpful for you. And we're going to focus on this feature code list and how our collection, when we go to survey a point, how we've got all of these different aspects that we can do with our coding, look at our line work, and you can start to see as you're building this file how things we're going to draw into our map, and then generate our points from there, and you can see how that's going to give you some good guidance out there as to what you're doing and what you may need to go back and grab if you've missed something. So you can grab it from the picture. Otherwise, you're left with this kind of configuration, and you have to either keep a paper field book with a sketch going, so that you know what you've got and what you haven't got yet. So it might be a little bit, you might save you that effort. I don't know if you're doing that right now, if you're running sketches in a field book as you go. A lot of folks still do. But this can serve that function for you. So we'll come back and really dive deep into some of those things and see how that works for the afternoon. Okay.
Sounds good.
All righty. I'm going to, and you guys should see my screen. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go back now to our SurvCE. And let's go to the file tab and choose job. And wherever you happen to be placing this, I happen to be in this SurvCE samples. If you want to be in the same directory that you stored your files that you downloaded, although I don't think there's any real drawing files in there, just use these buttons to go up a folder and or switch to a different drive if you put them on a different drive. Anyway, just navigate your way to find wherever you're going to go. Just make sure you know where you are. And we're just going to call this one, let's call it 2023-0120 CE class. Okay, and now, as this comes up, you may or may not be prompted into these different types of things, and we'll show you how we can set that so it does come up if you'd like it. But just let you choose your units basis, whether to use decimal feet or feet and inches, angles, latitude and longitude, like sometimes you might put those in as decimal degrees. Which way azimuth goes, you can set your state plane. If you're using those, you can even edit that list. You can, if you don't see your zone in there, you can add a predefined, in which case you find where what country you're in, etc. So USA NAT 83, and then you've got these different state plane zones. Now, the only ones I have are Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, and Ohio, just the ones that I might be working with locally. Okay. But if you choose that by editing the list, so if you don't see it in this list here, you can edit that list and then add a predefined, choose it from the country code and then the state. You can add a user defined where you can give it a name, give it a projection type. Okay. You could even load it up as a pre-built file, set up your scale factors, central meridian, the width of the zone, false northing or easting, that sort of stuff. Use find again what the ellipsoid definition. So you have all kinds of really tight control on this. Most of us don't ever. Yes.
I don't have your same file. Got where I downloaded the classes, but the only thing in there is F2F, HTML, and symbols.
Yeah, well, I just made a new file. I went to file, I hit job, and I chose this, and I typed in a name, just made
Okay,
it a
so
new file.
there's no information. We're working with yours. This is all new stuff.
Correct. It's all
Okay.
gonna be new stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's not, yep, no problem. All right, so then when it stepped to the prompts, in fact, if you go, just default your way through all the prompts, if you get any furthers, and just make sure you come back to this menu. And then let's look at the job settings.
Okay.
And this is what came up as part of my startup settings. And here's for a new job, then here's the system, what format options and staking. So these are the things you're going to set basically once and leave, although you can change these at any time. So under our system choices, see right now it says US survey feet. I can't change that now because I'd already started this new job. If I go out here, I'm gonna come back to get to where we are. Let's see. All right, so I had this one. So if I delete that file, see if it lets me. Now, if I go to job and I type this in, now it no longer exists. So this will be a new file. So apparently it's not. All right, let me just give it a new name. Go to job, I'll call it, I'll just put a -2 on the end of it. So now that's a new job. Now at this point, because it's a new job, it's going to ask me to set these things, okay? And they'll keep whatever we set last. We're going to use US survey feet. Typically, at least for now, they're getting ready to move the whole country to international feet coming up. Forget when, 2025 maybe. Anyway, you set all those different settings and your projection. If you pull this down and you don't see your zone, like see, there's no Arkansas here for Daniel's work, but it exists out there. I just have to edit my list. This is the list it's talking about editing. So if I edit that projection list, here's what I've got. I need to add a predefined. I'll take USA net 83, and I'm going to use, which zone are you in, Daniel? Mostly. Good Lord.
Arkansas, Arkansas North.
Arkansas North. So I'll come down here and find it. I thought these would be alphabetical. Apparently they're not exactly. AZ is not before AR, but so we'll say Arkansas North. Okay. So that's now in my list. I can view the parameters of it. It's a Lambert conformal projection, and I can edit and view. I'm on GRS 1980 relative to WGS 84, etc. Different parameters on my information here. I've got a false northing of 400,000 meters. It looks like my definitions there. And if I set to use that, then now just because the projection is defined in meters, when I'm working, I'm going to be in feet. Okay. So now when I pull this list down, that's in my list of choices. I'm going to go back to PA South because of a couple of things I'm going to do later. I hit next or hit the green check, and it wants to know a couple of things here. I'm just going to call this new SurvCE example, except I'm going to spell serve correctly. So that's now my job number. I could have an actual number. And here's my party chief. Now, you know, you are probably not going to have those. Here's my client name. Well, instead of Trump Enterprises, we're going to call this one Biden Building Biz. All right. Just whoever our client is, it finishes that up and it sets it into this. Now, the reason you put those information things in there, if you want, is so when you go to your job reports and look at your your different reportings, you'll see those as headers in the listings of different files. If I go to my raw data, see it stores up here. There's that. There's my SurvCE class 2, my job name 2023-01-20 SurvCE class 2. There's my date. There's my time. Okay, and so here it shows me all the different things. At A3, new SurvCE EX for my job number, my party chief, and my client name. So that just stores as comments in my raw file. Now, where I got the, excuse me, where I got those things that it prompted me for was under job settings. So for a new job right now, this is grayed out because it was already set when I defined my thing. So it's going to prompt me when I go to a point, it's going to ask me for a first point number or not. It can prompt me for units or not. That was that screen where it let me choose US survey feet and the projection I'm using. You can also say use the last job localization. So if you've localized on the job and you've got that localization stored with that one, it will take the last job you've had in the data collector and use that, or you can use your own. You can also have a control file. So you can have a separate CRD file of control points. Okay, so if you did that, it would use the last one you used. If not, it lets you set a different one for now. Cut sheets. Do you guys use cut sheets at all?
I don't.
Okay, Daniel?
No.
Okay. Those are typically used in construction where, you basically get a punch list of points with cut and fill amounts on them, and that's what you're going to use to cut out. So you could either bring up a previous, automatically save job and date, manual, etc. Those are just reports of the stakeouts. So I just leave it set to manual, and I'm just not going to use them. And now you can also say use a template.dxf file. And you would then, hold on a second, let me turn my ringers off. If you use a template file, that's going to be very much like you do in AutoCAD on the desktop side, that you go out here and you're going to find a template file. Now I'm in this, say I'm even on a different drive, a different, different place that I've stored this particular template file. Now all the template file does is, and I'll show you, so that shows me which one I'm using. So that means when I go back to, and you can just leave this up, but I'm going to show you when I go over here to my map into, oops, let me get rid of that. And yeah, get that. So when I go over here and I now look at my layers, see, I have all of these defined layers and colors and whether they're on or off. Okay, so that's reading that DXF file, and that DXF file can have everything, and it can have all kinds of text styles, everything that's used in AutoCAD, but it basically is just reading the layer information, okay, to set that up for what you're starting with. Otherwise, you're going to have maybe just one layer or maybe just a few, maybe they're all, one color. So that's a way to get started with that. So that's using a template file if you even want to use it. If you don't, it just starts out blank. Now, those other things that it prompted me for is you look at these job attributes, define job attributes, and there I've got my job number. And all you do is you're giving it a label. When you can add one, let's say you want to add let's maybe call it start date, because a job could perhaps go to a different, let me take that colon out there. It might start with a different start date, and you might use multiple days to finish the job, but you want to record the starting date. Okay, so you can there's my party chief, there's my client name, that's where I put in that Biden thing. So these are just text labels. These are just the label that it prompts you with. You fill it out when you start a new job and you say, okay. So that's now my job attributes. If I look under system, that was the units prompting. And if I look at my format, it basically says, how do you want to see your coordinates? Easting first, northing next, that's XY order, or northing easting. You know, angle entry and display, bearing versus azimuth. Angle right, if you're looking at computed angles that you're going to turn. Vertical angles, either zenith angles or vertical angles. Distance display, it will reduce to horizontals if that's what you want. If you're putting in slopes, you want it as a percent or an angle or ratios. And then the station display, how do you want that to look like? And it's going to be, there's an example, 1 plus 0, 0.00. You can set multiple decimal places, or you can just do them as straight decimals. I like the plus mark. And so those are the choices there. Under options, now here is where you can use a control file, and you select a file and you'd go out and find, you know, say some file that you're going to use as a coordinate file. And I don't know if there's anything in there yet or not, but we'll see. But this lets you have a set of control points that you don't keep changing or using or having to copy into your file. You can have that set up. You've got your Traverse computed from another job. Maybe it's ready to go. You just use that as your control file. All right, and then all of these are fairly self-explanatory. You can timestamp each point, store the GPS accuracy, store the vectors in the raw file. I would turn those on in case you want to do something like your post-processing, like Opus processing stuff. You need to capture those in the raw file to be able to do that. Otherwise, RTK will do it on the fly. And right here, use feature codes for descriptions. And that means when it prompts me for those, I can hit a little button when I'm going to store the file, and it will pull up my feature code list that I can store. I can still use those. I can type those in as long as I type them exactly the same as the code, or I can have this checked on so it shows them to me. I can use them. Now, this is if you have the roading module, recall those, automatically load the map view that you've done previously. When you go back into the file, that automatically reloads it, automatically saves it. It can automatically bring in a world image. That's that you saw that picture that I had in there before. That's like an aerial image. And then you can allow or not to import DXF, DWG, or Esri options, Esri being the GIS stuff. You can set your cut sheets to Excel format files, and you can allow it to stake the nearest point from the points list. Now, if you do this, you have a list of points as you've selected that you're going to stake out. If you allow stake nearest, it's going to drive you to the nearest next one that you're going to list. That's going to change the order of the points that you're going to stake. Otherwise, you're going to do them in point number order. You know, so if 1 is next to 2, but it's next to 5, and then 3 and 4 are way down the line, if you change this, when you stake them out, you're going to get 1, then 2, then 5, then 3, then 4. Otherwise, it's going to do it in point number order. And of course, you can choose as you go. All right. Now, if you don't want to confirm all these next stake points all the time, you can just turn that on to skip it. Allow navigate to and store points, which lets you navigate to a certain point, and then you do your store points. So it's going to take you there first, and then show text and view buttons. And that's going to be the buttons as you do your survey. It's going to, if I say that, for instance, I'll come back to this in a second. If I survey here, store points, I should now have these there's a text button here, so I can switch back and forth to that, and then go back to my graphic view. Otherwise, I would choose it from here. Okay. So that's what controls that. I'm just going to take them off there for a minute, and then we'll use them the way we do, so it doesn't take up quite as much room. So anyway, auto fit the positions and measurements displayed in the bottom bar. So that's going to scrunch up those fields. If it's too long to fit, it will truncate them off just for the display. Use a smaller font to display in that bottom bar, and then apply your GLONASS analysis to average the identical GPS point IDs. Automatically store pick points. So if you pick a point in the map view, it's going to do the same as if you said now store point and you picked it there. You can store the rod height as notes. I leave that unchecked because I want that to actually go as a field in the raw file. And if you want to include point blocks, remember we brought in the DXF file earlier back into our into this desktop system, and we brought those point blocks in when we exported the file. And then if you want to include those in the DXF file when you save it, then that's going to bring those symbols and things back in the next time you load it up, or when you load up the file in AutoCAD, back in the desktop view as well. You can tag any photo info on your points in the raw file if you want. So if you've attached photos to a point, it can go and store it right into the raw file. And you can write your middle ordinate units record into the raw file as a note if you want to store those as well on curve stakings. So that is that. Now remember, I've set my control file to a control file. You may or may not have one that you want to use, but you'll see what is going to happen with this. Now on the staking tab, so when you go into survey and stake, these are going to be the things that are set as to what I want to do. So if I can store the stakeout data into a note file if I want, but I don't really need to there, but it's just extra logging. I can merge those control file points that I've set with this into this file. If I turn that on for stakeout, and if I do that, I can then choose to say control points have priority. So if I have a control point as number 103, and if I go to stakeout at point 103, it's going to take me to the control point first. So I'm just going to leave those separate though. Use automatic descriptions that we're going to set down here, and then increment to point up the point ID up or down. You can also turn on voice prompting, and it can talk to you if you want to hear your voice on your data collector or hear a voice. And so now we have some different descriptions, 4 categories. If you're staking an offset, if you're staking an alignment, if you're staking from a cut sheet, and then automatic descriptions. And these are what goes into the point when you're staking on a point. So if you look at the auto descriptions first, I'm going to have, and these are things that are going to build the description in the point that we stake. I can say I can turn all of these things on or off in that description. And down here gives you an example. If you're just taking a point, excuse me, or if you're staking something on a road file in a station, a centerline alignment, and some kind of road files. So, and this is just showing you what it would look like, the description of this point with the options I have up here. The stake point ID is on with a prefix of STK. So that's going to, in fact, it's STK space. So that says my point number might be point number 2562, but it is created by staking point number 1317. That's the design point I need to stake. So point number 2562 or whatever number I said, its description is going to say STK 1317. That tells me that, hey, this is a stakeout point of this original point. And then here's its description, and then here's the amount of cut or fill, because I said I want the stakeout description, that's the CB22. I want that turned on or off. If I turn that off, you see it goes away. If I have my distance, and I can have a prefix on or off, that's the same thing there, just on or off. You can see down here, that records in the description the distance from my my total station or from my base station out to where I'm going to stake the point, if you want that in your description for any reason. Offsets left and right, that applies, and same thing up here for stationing. See that station on or off. So that's if you're doing a center line. And then offsets left and then right, of course. You typically would have them both on, but if you don't, it won't record that. But so here is a stakeout point. I said I want to stake to whatever station along the center line of a certain offset. And so that'll be a left offset of 10 feet at station 1 + 0, and it will show you the center line. And then also record the amount of cut and fill, which are right here, whether you want cut and fill on or off. And fill being off, you don't see it in the preview, but if it were a fill point, it would say F equals, and you put that as your prefix. Same thing as your cut equals. And notice I've got leading spaces here so that it puts the space here after that offset value. Okay. You can then, if you'd rather see the, let's put the cut or fill. So you can put the cut in front of the rest of the description, if that's where you want to see those kind of things up and down. Okay, so these are just, you're building a little template on how it creates the description of the point that you stake out. Okay. Now, again, that's the automatic descriptions. But now you have some other specialized ones. If you stake an offset description. So if you're doing these offsets, particularly, you would basically build, here's a left curb, left ditch, left edge of pavement, center line, right edge of pavement, right ditch, and a right curb. They don't have to be mirrored. They typically would be. If you're running a bunch of cross sections, you basically create these, and you could call that LT CRB, for instance. And so it would look like that in the description. Okay, I'm just going to put it back to what it was here. Okay, so that is if you're staking offsets on those alignments. And then for alignments settings, you can use a list of stations and offsets if you want from a file. You can increment from the starting station. So if your center line definition starts with station 13 plus 67 8.83, if you say increment from, and if you then go 50 feet, it's going to be what 1367, it would be 1417.83. If it's unchecked, it's going to start at 1367.83 and it's going to go to 1400, then 1450, then 1500. As you know how that goes. So it basically adds to the starting station or it goes to the next nearest nominal increment. Extend alignments, I would check that on. So if you're actually going to stake an alignment, so that if you actually run out of the defined alignment, it won't tell you that it no longer exists. It will just keep pushing it out, you know, out in memory so that you can still, as if you had extended it, continue the stationing and continue the offsets. You can stake the start and ending stations, all the centerline alignment points, which are all the PCs and PTs, profile points if you want to also stake those. And again, this is mostly for the roading stuff. You can limit the station range, et cetera, et cetera. And again, also in the roading module, when you hit the next button, how do you want that to go? To the next station or to the next offset? Go from the left to the right across the section, right to the left, or you can do it in Zorro fashion, which makes a left to right. You're on the right side of the road. You're now going to go right to left. On the left side of the road, go left to right, and go to the next, you know, that sort of stuff. Okay, so, or otherwise, it would jump to the next station and let you start doing those offsets. So we won't really do a lot with that part that's in the roading business, although you can stake an alignment without having a road module. It can just pick an alignment defined by points and it creates that alignment in memory and lets you go from there. Okay. Cut sheets again, let you do all these with defined files. So staking the offsets, automatic descriptions. This is where you set most of this stuff up to automatically come in. And this is just building the point descriptions when you're doing a stakeout. Okay, so those are the job settings. Remember back in oh, here under new job, this defined job attributes, that's where we had these things that you want to gather and save if you'd like. Okay, so that's where that stuff goes. I'll say okay, and now I'm ready to take a look at that. If I look at my points, because I'm using that separate control file, you see I have 0 points in my job, but if I switch to my control, well, apparently there was no point. There aren't any points in there. So let me find one that has it. If I go back to file job settings, let's use a different. Well, I know I had some in merge points example. All right. So now if I list my points, nothing in my job, but here are the things that are in my control file. Okay. So I can use these when I go to calculate with points or to do a stakeout from these points. I can refer to these numbers, and even though they're not here, it's going to pull them out of my control file if I'm using a separate file. Okay. So I'm going to, for now though, take that off, just because that's the way most of us work anyway. But that's how you can use that separately. All right, the points, again, you can look at the headings. There's the information about that coordinate file. There's nothing in it right now. You can add a point, find a point, delete a point, etc. Got some other settings here. Again, we talked about those where you can control the view of the point list. Okay. Our raw data, that basically lets you choose a raw file that already exists that you can look at. Typically, you want to keep it the same as your current work. And there's those headings that we used. So we had a couple of things here. Wisconsin dot extension, don't need to worry about that. You can now go to that disk, which lets you choose a different file if you'd like. And let's see. That, for instance, if it doesn't exist, it's going to create a different raw file. That's another way you could do, Charlie. I just realized how you can set that to be something different.
Okay.
Yeah, if you are continuing your, yeah, that might be the best way. So here's my job, class 2. I'm going to go to file, raw data, and now I'm on the second day. I'm going to go to raw files here. Let me see here. That's what it normally, all right, so that's my normal file class 2. Okay, so that's the same as that. And if I hit this button up here, that's basically a save as, and I'm going to call this, all right, there's my job. And I'm going to call that 10/20/2023, for instance. Okay. So
Mhm.
now that's the file. Okay. I do my work. I come back the next day. I continue this job. And I go to my raw data. And I go and I choose my file. And you, like, if your file doesn't exist yet, you go to raw data, just take the one that's the name of your job. And then you go to edit or export the raw file, and you choose this button here, and that's where you can now give it, let's say you did, let's see, it's a 23 on Monday, and now you've got a different raw file, 2023, and that now should be where you do the point. Now I want to see something here. If I just simply add 0.1 of 5,000, this time I 6,000, just so I had something a little bit different. Let's see. Okay. All right. So now I've stored that, and that should go in my raw file. I look at my raw data, and if I look at, now this was the one I had currently there. Okay. So that's what I was trying to figure out. I go to my raw file and choose this one. Yeah, okay, so that won't work for you. What I was trying to see was when you switch that button up there, it doesn't let you start storing to a different raw file. It still stores to the one that your job is named, but you can change that. You can when you go to this raw file, you can look at another raw file. So I can look at, say, this TRS demo. Oops. So it doesn't exist. Already exists. No, I don't want to replace it. Let me call this one Carlisle. All right, so now if I look at that, store point. Oh yeah, there it does. Yeah, see, it shows up. It actually created that. And so now, even though my job is still class 2, I've got my raw data set to that Carlisle. And let's store another point now. I'm going to add point number 2 as 5,500 5500, 101, test. All right, so that's now there. I go back. I'll look at my raw data. Well, let's even do it from, say, here. View data, raw data. Now see, that points me there. That's where that happened. But if I look here under Carlisle, see, that's a save as. So if I save that, it's going to replace that file. And now look at that. That's stored. That's my file there. Let's see, we had Carlisle. Yeah. Okay, so back. So there's those points in that file. See, and then we come back to here. Now, that's the raw file. And if I store points, I'll add one more here is all right. So now come back and view my data, raw data. In class 2, there's 3. Look at raw data as Carlisle. So that's only got the 2. Okay, so here's the workflow now, Charlie, as to how this works. You're out there working on day 1, and your raw file is going to be same name as your job. That's always where all of your observations are going to go, into that raw file. If at the end of this day, you're ready, you can go to raw data and you would load up your file, choose edit or export, and you do this save as. And at that point, you would call it this and say, call it day 1. Okay, so it now creates that. And there's those 3 points, those observations that we made in that file called day 1. You come back the next day and you start surveying, doing a bunch of stuff, and it's still in this class 2 raw file, but you have the separate one that you changed from here to make it day 1. So that's doing the same thing that you're doing, but you're doing it out here in the desktop stuff when you transfer it. So either of those ways will work and it will have the same effect. Okay, so yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, before we get into the feature code list here, you got some data transfer stuff. Do you guys normally work in this environment to transfer your files back and forth? Or do you just do it outside of everything, or maybe inside of Carlson? Let's say, just load up a file here where you go to survey data collectors and you transfer that way.
That's the way I do it.
Okay, and that's fine. That does the same thing you can do there. But you also have the option where you can do it from here. You do your manual transfer, and now this manual transfer is going to place this in the actual oh shoot, I've got a new folder out here. Good. Okay. So this is going to actually move this to a new location within the data collector, where you can copy this current job into a different folder. You can set a folder, so you can set, whatever folder you want this to go in on your data collector. And then you can copy the job to that folder, copy another job, not the current job, but another one off the disk. And then you can tell it to include any images that you may have, any photos or aerial images and that kind of stuff. So that'll allow you to do that from there. Import, export, again, ASCII's. If I've got my file here, I've got these different formats. There's my user defined. And these are, if I need to send out, a different raw file, a points file, there's a TDS raw file, and that's the format that Carlson uses. But if I wanted to use a KML file that will generate that I can use in Google Earth, etc., I can set my delimiters, comma, tab, space, or other kind of stuff, how to start my counters for my points, include the header information. If I want, add a prefix to the description, so you could put, from data collector or whatever, today's date, anything like that. And typically this user defined, and there's some that are pre-built here, but the one that we most often would use is point ID, northing, easting, elevation, and description. Set your delimiters here, include the notes or not, info or not. Attributes, now these attributes are talking about GIS attributes. If you collected GIS data on the points, that will go along with that as well. Okay, so that's on the export. On the import is where you can now bring in, again, also by user defined, same way, point number, Y, X, that's northing, easting, Z is elevation, description. So you can have these pre-built, or you can type your own based on, what those are going to be, how many header lines, additional numbers to add to the point IDs. Point protect, so you don't overwrite any points. You can also just simply go straight to the coordinate file where you select the file. I look at my details and it tells me all about that particular file. Okay, so even though it says import ASCII, in that case, it's not ASCII, it's actual binary coordinate file. So that's a way to bring those into your data collector separately. Exporting, again, you saw the way that you would tip, and this is what you guys are probably doing to set these up as a text file, correct? And then, of course, delete job, you know how that's going to do. And then about SurvCE tells you the version, tells you the registered information. Back to this, trademarks, blah, blah, blah. So all pretty straightforward. And then that, now the feature code list, we're going to come back to a little more depth here in just a minute. But this is where we have certain codes. It's a code called 2D, 2P, and that means that 2D is a tree, small. That's the layer it's going to go on. It's a 2-inch diameter tree is what it's going to be. Whether it draws lines using field to finish or not, what kind of lines, if it does draw a line. And then if you scroll down here, let's see if I find one that says, there's one that says yes, BC, which is goes on my edge of pavement. I don't know what that stood for, maybe bituminous concrete. It goes on a layer called edge of pavement. I could write out a full text, but the code would be this. I can have a full text so that it spells it out if I needed to, like here's BOT, which is bank bottom. It's going to be the full text of bot bank, but it's going to use that code. So now what we have in here, we have the button to load and save these different files, and I'll show you how we're going to use that to our advantage here in a minute. And we have this special codes button where we have, like, when we begin a line, end a line, start an arc, finish an arc, close a figure. So these are all special codes that are definable. We can use Carlson, Eagle Point, all of these different types of things. If we have a different system, since you guys are both using Carlson, those would be the ones that we'd stick with. And it just defines, what are typical. Again, you can overwrite all of those things, different ones that you can see. Here's one called JPN. So if I'm on a point, I can code that point to say, maybe it's a corner of a building, I might say BLDG, but then I would say JPN. And I'd give it a point number, because maybe I want to draw a line from the corner of that building over to the power pole where the electricity comes in. So I could put that in right when I collect the point, and that will be that special point there. Okay. So if I click my extra options here, if I'm collecting GIS data, I'm going to store it to every vertex along the linear feature. Once I close that linear feature, it's going to prompt me for it. I think I'd rather have that do at the start. If I don't prompt to the end, it's going to back up and store them to all the vertices. If I do it at the start, it's going to do it at all the vertices till I end the feature. This checkbox right here, and again, where I've gotten to this point is in these feature code list. And if I go to, I can get it here directly as well. And I get to these extra options. Now this is going to control what happens when I store these points. I can store GIS line data to all the vertices in the lines that I'm creating line work for, if I'm creating GIS data. So it doesn't matter if you're not creating it, or you could set that to, you know, to the, so let's put it at start, the prompt. Now, so the rest of this works when I'm using these code lists. If I make a new description that's not in my field code list, I can have it automatically add that description into that field code list that I can go back and edit later. If I don't have that on, it's just going to be an uncoded point, and I'd have to know to go and manually add that to my field code list. But if I turn this on, if it's not in that list, it will add it to the list, and I can edit it later. And it could restrict the GIS features that you're going to store. Again, if you're not storing GIS, and wouldn't worry about that, you can store the attribute, and that's the GIS feature attribute, into the raw file, or use notes only, auto increment colors, auto increment layers for lines, etc. Recall the last point note, save the last point note to the note list. If you can automatically generate a new layer for line work, it will take the point code. If I'm doing like RD for road or EOP for edge of pavement, I can be edge of pavement underscore, and then the layer that it's going to automatically create as I start to do those. So if my code says I want my EOP codes to go on a layer called edge of road, then it's going to say EOP underscore edge of road when it generates the layer for that, if it's automatically created. I'm not going to auto create those, but that's one way you could have it generate those. So you could have, say, edge of road, and you're going to put EOPs on there. You're going to put EOG, maybe edge of gravel. You may put, you know, DW driveway. It's all going to go on that layer called edge of road. But if I prefix this, you'll get 3 different layers. One that starts with each of those individual codes, so you can control them individually. Okay. If you force a code separator between the code and the value, no need to really do that unless you wind up forgetting to put spaces on those when you store the points. Store the GIS data. I'll skip over the GIS data things for now, right now. Force a single line if you're only using vertical offsets. Otherwise, it generates two lines, one down at 2D maybe, and then another 3D line above it with vertical offsets. Automatically call the last GIS values. That's typically useful if you're collecting those. Apply field to finish and elevation difference. It's more of a nuance than anything else. It's not gonna hurt it to leave it off. You can warn on a repeated code. Now, if you do that, if you're setting a bunch of RD points, say for road points, if you go back and use the next point is going to be an RD, it's going to pop up a little warning that you have to clear. So this is really sort of a nag feature, but it lets you know that, oh, you're using the last code that you used. Maybe you want to switch to a different code. So that way, in case you if you're in the habit of just hitting the enter button and taking the last description and you forgot to change the description, you don't have to go back and edit the point later. So just depending on how if you're constantly editing those because you forget to switch codes, turn that on. If you're, pretty conscientious about storing the right code, then turn that off. And you can use this one here, use PC without the PT when you define an arc, and that's using field to finish style. What that means is if you go through and let's say I've got a code called EOP. I mean, EOP, and I get to a start of an arc, I'm going to put EOP PC as the code. Now, normally you would go EOP PC, and then you would get a point on the curve. You just call it EOP again, and you get to the PT, and you would say EOC PT to end the curve. So 3 points to define the curve. Now, with this switch off, you can also use more than 3 points to define a curve. You could have a long curve, or you could have an S-shaped curve. So you could start the curve, EOC or EOP PC starts the curve. Then you get a bunch of EOP points all along that arc. And even if it switches back on itself, and when you're through with the curving parts, you would put EOP PT, and then the next point being EOP, and there'll be straights. But you can, if you don't use that, if you only always use 3-point arcs, if you turn this on, then when it sees an EOP PC, it knows to start the arc, and then you just, all the rest of your points just say EOP. Well, it's going to use the next 2 points to define the curve. And it automatically ends the point on that third point if this switch is on. Otherwise, and I would say the better practice is to leave this off, and you would put the PT in so you know definitively where the curve ends. And then storing the GIS attribute time that you recorded it. If you want, show attribute types. Those would be the whether they're descriptive or text or some type of thing that use the GIS attributes. And you can also then disable the field to finish descriptions if you edit the polyline in the map. I would leave that unchecked. Auto detect the code pattern, and what that does is it's going to find when you were starting to, let's say, run cross sections across a a roadway or something. You're always getting edge of shoulder, edge of pavement, center line, edge of pavement, edge of shoulder, and then you go to the next one and you keep repeating it. It will automatically detect that pattern and start feeding the descriptions so you don't have to type those again. Okay. In the extra options, this tells you you're going to fit your arcs by PC and PT only, and the maximum deviation allowed to move. And that's if you choose to do this. And what this does is it creates the arcs by using the point that you said was PC, point that you said PT. And if you have this checked on and you give this a value, it's going to actually start and stop the arc, not necessarily at those same points, because it's going to try to fit a tangent arc between the two previous and the two following. And it's going to do so by moving those points by this amount, whatever amount you tell it that you're willing to go, because it might be, you know, I can't really get any closer than say a 1/4 foot or something. And that's a switch that helps to try to conform those into tangent arcs. My recommendation is to not use that, so that these things start and stop exactly where those points are, and you can edit those curves later if you have to. You can also fit arcs between the PC and PT, and let's say you, and here's what this does. If you code a point with a PC and you do not shoot a midpoint or something along the arc and then a PT, then it's got to fit this arc. Okay, and so that lets you slide that around until it creates a point. Same thing as if you fit an arc between a PC and PT with no point in the middle, using a minimum radius value. And if it's anything less than that, it just won't make an arc. It'll just keep them straight. And your tangent in and out to fit smooth curves, you're going to allow, say, a 30-minute deflection angle and a whatever that number is, 1.64. I would say, you know, 1.5 might be a better one to use. And so that's going to be how it's going to use field to finish to fit those arcs in there if you don't have those midpoints defining the curve. And we'll see an example of that, you know, when we get to it. Okay, so that's going to be some things in our code table, and that came from this special codes bit. Okay, and again from our code list. Okay, so we're going to revisit this, don't worry. But that's a bit on the file menu. Now the equipment menu, since you guys are using this stuff, you're pretty familiar with, you know, configuring all of the different things for your equipment. You of course choose a total station. You would, you know, find whatever your manufacturing stuff is and set up your defined. Now I had a total station, at a manual total station. And go back to my GPS rover, and you know, setting up the localization for those. Look at your sky plots, satellite views. Again, this stuff is all just simulated here, but you would see it in real time, you know, what you're getting out there on the ground. Set up your tolerances, horizontal and vertical root mean square tolerance values to make sure you're in the right point, that you've either collected enough averages, or if you're staking out, if you're close enough within that as well. Any peripherals, depth sounder, light bar, laser. We'll go through a lot of those here. Back to our configure. Now this is going to be when you choose your store points. Typically just a one touch, you go to hit the button and then it will store it once it's recorded the readings. Otherwise you have to hit the button basically twice as you're doing that. You store fixed solutions only in GPS. You can prompt for a total station setup. So if you're in traverse mode, you go to the next point, it's going to prompt you to reset up, you know, HIs and HRs and that sort of stuff. Prompt for height and descriptions, your point notes. If you've got a duplicate of the Basque side or like 3, and it's going to prompt you 3D mode if you're recording elevations or not. If you don't have that on, it will just ignore the elevations when it stores the points. And then whether you're going to use these virtual keyboards and joysticks on the data collector itself. Now this, use graphic icons in survey. If I turn that off, when I go to survey and store points, see these icons? There's store, average, offset, and configure. But if I go back to this and turn that on, which I like to use them, they make more sense to me. Then when I'm in surveying and store my points, there's my store points, my average, my offset, and there's my configure. Okay, so that's that one. You use the audible alerts if you're tired of your data collector beeping at you. That's where you turn it on and off. A new job will set to use alphanumeric or not. Line details, not really sure what that's going to ask about. Layerize points by feature code. I would typically do that. And use control points for map selection. So if I had that separate control file, if I had this unchecked, and I can't ever choose those points when I'm picking points out of the map. If I turn it on, then I'll be able to do it. But I can always calculate from them. I can do stakeouts from them. I just can't pick them for the map selection. And forcing unique ID for line work. Anytime I start a new line, it's going to put a 1, a 2, a 3 as a suffix on those. That's why you saw those points called RD1 when they came up. So otherwise, we can leave it like that, and it will warn you if you're starting a new line and you haven't, and you still have one open that you haven't ended yet. It will just simply warn you, tell you that it's already open, or it'll connect back to its last point. Let's see, upload to station, set up to instrument, advanced backsite. So slope information and stakeout points. And just visually alert you if it's not a fixed solution. Show the codes and descriptions as buttons, magnified view, and stakeout points in direct total station. No need to worry about that. Now, down here, the number of readings that you want to average. Using a total station, you can set that to be, say, 2 if you want to always turn to readings to get over points, and it will average it. Here's where you can set how many GPS readings to take an average. And then here's what happens when you press the enter or the enter button or the store icon with a total station. Same thing if you do it with a GPS receiver. You can read and store, or you can store and read, which means it's going to store the previous and then take a reading on the new one. So typically we leave that as read and store. And now under view, finally, this happens to do is when you are doing your stakeouts, what are you looking for to be reported to you to tell you how to move to those other points? Direction left and right and distance, or a deflection left and right, bearing and distance, azimuth and distance, how much north, south, east, and west, or in and out and left and right to the reference. So if you're staking out with a total station, you might want to do this, and you would set your base, well, I've got a GPS rover, and right now when I go to stake out, it's going to read out to me how far I need to go in or out and left and right relative to a reference. And that reference object could be my base station, or it could be a separate point if I know in my list of points where a point is. So that helps me out on the ground to know how to move relative to that. And here's my move relative to either the reference object, which could be my base station or another point, or relative to the GPS rover. Okay, so if I'm out there walking around on the ground with my GPS, it tells me it just reverses the left, rights, and in and outs is what that basically does there. It says when applicable down here to use the center line as a reference object. So if I'm staking an alignment, it's going to say, in and out, left and right, based on that alignment, if I have that checked on. And it'll give me a proximity stake from my point, so it reads how far away I am. And I can get these reports as to my position, as to how I am relative to these, or my navigation data, or nothing. I'm just going to say position, so I know how far I have to go. Okay. So that's basically that business. So for what we're going to do, we're going to switch our instrument here to our GPS simulation. And then we're going to come in here and use our position to get ourselves started where we're working. Okay.
Question, Ken.
Yes, sir.
Ken, set collections.
Yes,
When are we going to cover that, or are we going to cover it?
we can. Yep. If I go to, let me go to my manual total station. Okay. And so when I'm in survey here and I do my set collection, that's, so you notice how this on my survey tab, I now have set collection, but
Mhm.
if I'm using GPS, that's no longer an option. Okay, so I have to be using a total station. Now I don't have a total station connected, so I'm going to have to define it as I'm doing that. Now, if I go back to equipment and configure, I want to look at this total station, for instance, and if I put in, say, 2 readings, and I look at sets, see now I've got this new tab here. So when here's how I configure the sets that I want to create. Do I want to get my backside direct and reverse? Traverse, direct and reverse. Here's my resections, direct and reverse. Now I didn't have these on because I was only getting that one set. Now I've got 2 sets. So what I would do is I would enter these, say direct, flop the scope, turn back to my backside, read it again. Or I would traverse. So a backside direct, turn to my point ahead, direct, flop the scope, go back to the backside and come back to reverse. Or I can, point to the backside, direct, flop the scope, repoint to the backside, then point ahead, direct and reverse, or and do the same thing there. Same thing for resection points. Topography, those are just things to measure my elevations. I'm not going to put those in my set collection, and then stake out the same thing you could do there as well, and then calculate any reciprocals so you can see how far they vary. View the readings, review the sets, store the raw data for duplicate points. And now here's your set order. You're going to go one of these 4 methods. You're going to do backside direct, foresight direct. So you point to your backside, you turn to your foresight, you record both of those, flop the scope, point back to the foresight in reverse, and then turn back to the backside in reverse. Okay, so that's one way. The other way is to backside direct, flop the scope, turn back to the backside, reverse, turn to the foresight after you flop the scope again, and then flop it again, turn back to the foresight. Okay, backside direct, foresight direct, backside reverse. Let's see, backside direct, foresight, yeah. Backside to foresight and direct, then foresight to backside. Backside direct, foresight direct, flop the scope, repoint to the backside and foresight. So whichever method you're used to using, you choose. So, I would typically, and it's been a long time since I've done any of these. So I go backside direct, turn to my foresight, and then I would flop the scope and repoint the foresight and turn to the backside. And then I do that 2 times. Okay. So then in survey, if I'm going to do my set collection, I'm going to occupy point, and I'm going to say backside point 2, just instrument height, target height, backside for 4 sites. That's backside height of target for the 4 sites. Okay. Confirm that, then I would say, hit my back site. Well, first I'll move my occupation one. Use the known eastern northern elevation. Yeah, okay, so now occupying one, backsliding two, say backsliding, so now it wants me to use that current setup. I've got these two tabs here now, occupied one, backslide two. There's my azimuth. I can, if I know, that's a computed azimuth that'll be there as well. Instrument height, target height. And yeah, I guess it is 45 degrees because I set that point number two nominally. So if I set the angle, we're used for the backside set angle and read. If I'm using that, so set that to 0, set that to 0. So I've now zeroed out my scope or zeroed my circles. And then I would set the angle and read. That's a manual read. So if I turned 35, 15, 20, and I was at 8, 5, and my slope distance was 235.46. I'll say okay. All right, so that's now there. Now it's asking me for the next read because it's stepping me through my set collection. I forgot what my numbers I've done here. So it's going to be something horrible. See that, but it'll tell you now because I kept 0 in there. It's going to tell me that my angles differ by that amount, and my tolerance I've got set to 15 seconds. If it's out more than 15 seconds to read again, yes or no. So anyway, that would be just setting up the backside. When I choose that and take my backside, I'm going to set the angle, or there's my computed azimuth, set the angle and read. Now my manual read, so that was backside. Now my foresight. Let's just go 90 degrees. So I try to keep these in mind. Let's say 5 degrees up, and let's say 100. Right. So now, oops. Let me read again. All right. No. Set angle and read. Angle. Occupied point. Backside azimuth. All right, so if I zero my scope here, backside angle, zenith thing, I want a vertical angle 0, slope distance of 0. Now turning to my foresight, I went 90 degrees, say 5 degrees, then went 100. Wait a minute. Sorry, I can't. It's hard to do without a real instrument.
I got the idea. Let's just go on. If I got more, I'll come back to you later.
Yeah, okay. So when you're doing this, we're gonna, set the reading here, but when you got a real instrument, you can zero the plates. That's what I'm trying to do with this manual total station. I can't really.
So like I say, I'll come back to it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch back to that manual total stuff. Well, let's see, what else do I have? My total section, resection, leveling. Yeah, and that's just trig levels. So if I'm back here to GPS, so I have this, I can also do leveling, but I don't have those other set collections and things done. All right. So on our survey tab is where we're going to do the bulk of our work. And the bulk of our work is going to be, if we're out there just surveying the stuff up, we're going to do store points. If we're staking out existing points, then we're going to go to our stake points, and it's going to read the point values and then steer us to those points to stake. You've got some other options here where you can stake based on a line or a curve that's defined by either points or things out in the field that you observe. Or you can stake an offset, and that's an offset from an alignment. Okay. An elevation difference. You can have a triangulation surface model. So if you've got a design that had a finished grade, you could read in a triangulation file. And then when you go out and survey the point, it's going to tell you that elevation difference. And you can also, read from these different, from a roadway design, which basically generates that finished road surface on the fly. Cross-section files, again, it reads them from the section data or from an alignment, a couple of center line and vertical alignments. So it computes where you are along that alignment to come up with the reference elevation, or you can just have a particular elevation. You want to know how far that point is off of that elevation, or take it from a grid file or a triangulation file. Those are both surface files, so you can use those as well. Let's see here. That should be good for that. Now I want you to pick that triangulation file. I'll come back to that. I don't have one set up for you to look at, but that lets you go out and observe points and see how far you're off of that finished grade, if you know what that happens to be. Same, and that's when you're out just picking up points, in general out in the field. If you are staking points and they have computed elevations, when you stake out the point, it's going to read the existing field elevation, compare it to the stakeout elevation, and compute the amount of cut and fill. Elevation difference is slightly different from that because I'm not picking a list of points. I'm just getting new points out here, as long as they're on that surface, something that can define the elevation, either one of these two files or a set elevation or any of these things. Then when it observes the point, it computes that difference and reports that to you. Okay. Now, this auto by interval is nice to be able to use if you're out with a GPS unit and you want to say, like, every so many feet here, I've got 20 feet. Every time I move away from the previous point by 20 feet or vertically by, a foot or say half a foot, anything, it's going to automatically record a point. So if I do, say, point number 101, and I'm going to put these, I just call them auto. And I'm going to say for a maximum of 100 points, I'm going to say, okay. And so now I'm out here in the middle. Now watch what happens if I start putting some, let's turn that off and just let it start. And then I'll stop. Okay. So now I've got these points now. All right, so that's there. I'm going to do that. And I'll look at my map. I've actually got two lines here because my point. Let's turn the descriptions on that test. All right, these were all those RD points. So that RD, as I turned, I've got some that are RDs, I've got some that are RD1s. And so that's why it's generated those. There was that first one called auto. They should have stayed all auto. Let me go back to these points. I started 101 to 126. If I go to one, so I don't want to do those that way. If I want to think of there we go. 1, 500. I'll delete those points. There we go. So I got rid of those. Now, if I go back to my survey, if I say auto by interval, we're just going to call this auto point. So I can do it by that interval, or I can do it at a set time value. So that, like if you're surveying a stockpile, for instance, with a GPS rover, just as you walk around on it, you don't have to keep hitting points. It'll just pick these up. So if I'm up here, oh, there's my auto point. Where did it? It didn't add. See, that should have gone into my code group description. Point of, well, UTO point. Let's try that as auto point. Crap. Still not. Bear with me a second here. Auto. Call this group auto. let's see, new group. Auto. Code description, auto point. Now from that group. Now, let's see. It should, well, should be able to just use a point. Let me get rid of those. I ought to be interesting. Now this right here, I should say auto point. Yeah, see, it still keeps coming back to that. Now that should automatically have had added to me. Let me just add one here. Auto point. New category, no symbol. We'll put it on B node points. Maybe a point that should go. We'll say okay. And now if we do this auto by interval, this now we should be able to pick auto point. Wow. Don't understand why this is not. Picking that up. All right, there it is now. As I move along, you're going to see it. Oh, that was what happened. It turned off the pattern recognition. So now if I go back to auto point and then start recording again. And I'm just using the keyboard to set a bunch of points here. All right. So that way, see, I didn't have to hit enter to store all those points. My auto by interval actually recorded those points. Now, this is why it kept these RDs and drew that, because that code said to draw that line. So I'm going to erase that. And all of those points, if I go back to my points, and I could change all of these to auto point. And let's see if I go back to Kogo and use keyboard. And I change the points I want to use from 13 to 23. Change their description to auto point. (14 to 22). Kogo keyboard. 14 to 22. Oops, sorry, can't do it this way. Let's see. Keyboard utilities, there we go. 14 to 22, change its description to auto point. And come back, and now we look at our points, and they should all say auto point there now, except for my controls. And then go back to map, and if I update my field to finish, you see all of those RD points are no longer in there, and it's just the auto points that got stored. Okay, if auto point, oops, sorry, let's see. If my code list, and I go down here and find auto point, oops, right now it's doing a point only, but if I say I want to do a 2D polyline, let's give it a little bit of width on this layer, set a category if we had one in our code list, and we say this, and now when we come back to our map, if we do field to finish and update, it draws the line on that layer. So if I look at that, it tells me that it's on layer B node points. It's a 2D polyline. All of the information, just like you would typically get out of a CAD session. Okay. So that was set up from my feature code list, and that's how field to finish is working on that as I stored this auto by interval. I'm going to go back, and we're going to, let's say I wanted to delete these points from 4 to the end. Now, if you try to do this from file points, if you select point 4, and you would typically think you could hold the shift key and say, get the next point, but you're only looking at individual points here when you do this, okay? And then when you say delete, you'd have to do that, you know, however many times to get down to the end of it. So we need a way to do that sort of as a mass of points, and you do that from the Kogo screen. I'm not really sure why that's that way. I would have put that functionality in that points list, but you know, that's the way the program works. So if I go to my keyboard input now, and this is where I could type in a new coordinate, just like a add point. But if I go down here to utilities, now I can give it a range of points, and I can pick them from the screen or pick them from a list. Now I can shift click all of these points and get them together. And I hit okay, and it says, no, it didn't read that correctly. 51, comma 4, comma 50. Let's pick that again. Let's go to 4 through 50. All right, that should put, instead of a comma, that should have put that in there. Not sure why it doesn't. Then I can do a delete, and that deletes all of those points. And then goes back to my next point ID would be 51. Or I can now set it to be 4 when I go to put my next point in, okay? Now, I guess it's about time we took our little afternoon break. So when we come back, we're going to look at these feature codes and how they're going to help us to collect our points and do our mapping. And we'll look at some of the other tips and tricks on doing things. Doing things over here that are going to help us, particularly when we're grabbing things like, Daniel, I noticed you said that you have, sometimes you've got the aerial imagery loaded. So all of that kind of stuff can help you really, go out and see what you're working to, or, help you to find things based on that imagery stuff as well. So how to get things in, CAD files to underlay what you're working on, and that sort of behavior with it. So,
Yep.
So with that, let's see, let's take our little 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3:15, and then we'll wrap up and have time for some Q&A and see about moving ahead. Okay.
Very good.
All righty. I will pause every. All right, if you look at this manual on the set collection, it's on this section 616, and this shows you how to go about this. See, I can't do that with the simulator because I don't have any way to zero the circle and stuff like that. But it tells you these number of readings to average for a total station. One, that's the distance readings that it's going to take, but the set collection, that's not how many goes into the set. The set is in, we go to the sets tab. See if you can see here, we would go to the sets tab. This distance right here, or this number, is how many distance readings it's going to average. Okay, so now when we go to the next, and robotic total station has another option up here to, in your sets, you choose the set order as a robotic set, and that has that automatic target finding. But if you're not using a robot, for instance, and you're turning sets, then so it computes that backside azimuth, a single setup, and then the number of sets is over here on this corner as to how many it's going to change. And a set is defined as an angle set defined as direct and reverse reading to the backside and the foresight. So it's one of those pull down choices: backside direct, foresight direct, then foresight reverse, backside reverse, or however you choose to do that. Okay.
My question is, I'm going to shoot the backside, it's going to be 0. I'm going to turn to my foresight. Then I'm
Yeah.
going to flop the instrument, face the foresight, and then go back to 0. Or go back to the backside. That would be one set.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So do I 0 again on the backside to make my next set?
And that's a good question, actually. I think no. I think you can. I don't think it will matter, but I think you should not do that, because when you do that, so you're trying to compare this. See, when you're doing this backside, right here, it says
Okay.
you're required to initiate the first reading in the backside orientation for the set process. Okay, and so that comes to this, you're going to choose set to 0. So it zeroes the plates right here. Okay. And then you measure either the angle or an angle and a distance. If you've got, if it's a steeple, of course, you won't get the distance, but angle and distance to proceed with the okay. The set angle prompt a warning. For use with the backside prism, use set angle reads, recommended set angle or set angle read be used. All right, so you set it to 0, you zero your plates, and you hit your set angle and read, and that sets that backside. And then when you do those pointings, you leave everything just like they were. And so once you've defined the foresight points, the next dialog will be determined by the set order. So if it was to be foresight direct, since backside direct recorded, then it's going to prompt you turn to the foresight direct set number 1, press enter to read the point. So that's what you do. And then after each measurement, an optional reading review dialog appears where you can accept or reject, because it computes these actual measurements here as well, accept the data. And then this will continue. So it will prompt you, then turn to the foresight direct set number 1, still press enter to read the point 12, and then turn to foresight, press enter. So you turn to foresight, backside 1, backside 2, turn to foresight, reverse. So turn to foresight and direct, turn to foresight, reverse, turn to foresight and reverse. I think that's supposed to say 12.
That's what I was looking at. Is how do you get another number in there?
Yeah, I think they just captured the wrong screen.
Okay.
They put this together. So you're going to turn to foresight direct, read it, foresight reverse, read it. Wait a minute, let me see if I get this. Turn to foresight direct, read it, turn to foresight and reverse. Read it, and that shows you that 64, 40, 96, this is 112. I got something screwball here. See that slope distance, 64, 46, 55, 60. They're using the wrong set of screens here. But it's a foresight direct and you read it, and foresight reverse, you read it, and then you should be turning back to the backside. Let's see, what was their directions here? Let's see if we can find out from that. Well, they're in I think they're backside direct, foresight reverse, backside reverse. Okay, so that should be foresight or backside, foresight, backside direct and reverse. All right, so then the sequence of shots continues. So the first shot is the backside point. So turn foresight direct. Hit enter on point 13. Yeah, see they I think they've just scrambled up their screen captures here. And so then it goes turn to foresight there. So we should have this one as backside. See, that one should say turn to backside direct based on that previous setting. So these screens are sort of jumbled around. This is first foresight direct, and foresight reverse should be to, oh, I see. They're actually shooting 2 foresight points. They're shooting point 12 and point 13. Boy, that's really confusing. I apologize for that. I didn't put this thing together. But so they're saying turn to foresight direct for 12, turn to foresight reverse 12, turn to foresight reverse 13, turn to backside reverse. Point 2. No, they just They just grabbed the wrong screen captures out of this. Anyway, if you pay attention to that, to answer your question though, don't re-zero the plates.
Okay,
Okay, so you want to let it, because it's going to look at it when you flip back around. It's first of all, it's going to look at the reciprocal. If you are at 0, then when you flop the scope, it should say 180. So it's going to read that differential and tell you what that is. And if it's outside of a tolerance value that you set up, here's this reviewed file. Backside direct, foresight direct. Oh, this is really stupid. They've really screwed up a lot of this stuff here. Because I mean, look at the distances. You know, somebody's typed these numbers in. They're slightly dyslexic, I think. So all right, so that's the deal. Is follow those prompts. Daniel, are you back with us? I wasn't paying attention if you snuck back in.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, good. All right, so I was going over with Charlie on those set collections. When you do those, follow the prompts. His question was, do you re-zero the plates when you flop and repoint? And the answer is no. You zero it when you take that first backside reading, and then just follow the prompts, and it gathers all that stuff up, and then we'll average it. Now it will put it in the raw file, and you'll see all those sets show up in the raw file, so that when you're processing that raw file back over here. Let's see if I've got one that I can use. I doubt that I do. Let's see, maybe. And it's just the coordinate file. Let's look at North Line. I think this might be GPS only. Let's see. I don't see any set collection, but anyway, if you had it, you would go to these tools and you look at the reverses. You could under process settings. But anyway, when you do it here, if you process it after the fact and you bring it in, you can do it in this raw file processing inside of Carlson, or when you're out in the field and you collect them. The nice thing about set collection is that it's going to check all of the tolerance values that you're going to give it in. So if I set to an actual total station, and then see where I put my configure. If I'm here, do my setup, I want to do the configure. Let's see. Oh, under my tolerances, that's what I put here. Under the equipment, and I can set my tolerances here for, here's my 15 seconds for horizontal, 15 seconds for vertical. There's my electronic distance measuring tolerance that comes from the manufacturer there, how close for stakeout, how close to navigate to, and then when it goes into proximity radius mode, set it up as 1 foot. So, so that's something I don't have the tolerance. Let's see, do here. Yeah, the same type of things. 2 feet, yeah. So when you do a set collection, then under your total station, it's going to read all those, compare them to those tolerances, and it will take the average of them to compute the point values. So you could just leave it at that and work with the points, or you, like I said, you've got all of that data stored in the raw file. So if you ever need them, you can go back and reprocess that. Okay. All right. Now, if we look at some other things here on survey, if we go to store some points, well, first I'm going to go to the map file, and I've got these points. I want to delete that point there. Okay, so I've got 3 points. Do you have 3 points in your file or something in your file? If you go to file points, if you don't have any points in there, hit the add button and add these 3 points. Let me know when you got those.
Okay, I've got them.
Okay, Daniel's got them. How about you, Charlie? You have any trouble?
Just about there.
All right.
Okay, we got them.
Okay. Now, one other thing I want to point out to you is when you're editing, I'm just going to double click this and edit this field. Let's say you're putting in a point, but you don't know what what your state plane is or whatever. You got your data sheet has it in meters, for instance. So if you do something like this, if I say that's 2134.567, if I say M for meters, see what it does? It automatically converts it to feet. Or if
Okay.
I said that was 60,000 inches, see, that's 5,000 feet.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that when you're in these fields, if it has a unit out here on the side, if you type in another unit, CM, M, MM, so same thing, if you're reading your rod heights and your little 2-legged reflector bipod has it measured off in meters, you can type that in, just be sure and put in an M and it will convert it to feet for you as you go with there, okay? So that's what you can do. You can also, when you're in the calculator, for instance, you can get a result and copy it and paste it back into one of these fields as well. And there's a couple of keystrokes that you can use to pop those up as well. So, but that's all in the documentation. All right, so now we got these 3 points. So let's come back to here. We go to our map view. We hit this button up here to see all 3 points, and you should see something like, oops, sorry, I meant to thaw all. See something like that, okay? Now, right now, all we've done is store some points. Now, if we go back to, let's go to our equipment tab and let's choose the manual total station for right now. And let's then choose survey. And let's do a store point. All right, so now we're going to sit on point 1. We're going to backside point 2. And we're going to choose backsite. We'll set the angle. Make those zeros. Measuring to point 2, aim the instrument. Okay, didn't mean to. Hang on a second. Let me come back to equipment configure. I'm going to say, I'm going to uncheck these traversing, and we'll just set number sets to 1, just for purposes of what we're doing here now. So now, under survey store points, I'm going to sit at 1, backsite 2, and choose my backsite, and set angle and read, I think. All right, so now there, I've got my distance, I've zeroed my plates and off and ready to go. I'll say, okay. So now I'm sitting on 1 and I'm looking at 2. Now, if you don't see that screen, if you're looking at this screen, then if you hit this button up here, that puts you in this mode. So now you can see sort of where you are. So I'm sitting at 1, backsliding 2, and I'm going to turn an angle. I'm going to set my next point number, I'm going to say is 4. And I'm going to choose a point here called FH for fire hydrant. You can set the rod height, etc. And if I say the button up here to measure, it's going to ask me for that. So I'm going to go 45 degrees to the right. We'll just keep them horizontal now, and let's go, say 100 feet. Okay. And so 45, 100. Why is it no? Okay, there it is, 45 and 100. So it's going to try to, you see that point right there? That's where it's going to try to put that new point. It's got a question mark. And so if I say this button store, then it's going to go to store this point. I'm going to again set my point ID, my rod height. And at this point, I can use these codes. And what I was looking at before was this group button. So if I click that, this is new, that part's new. So I'll just keep it by category, and I'd say if I had these categories like utilities, roads, I can restrict it to a particular code. But here's the FH, is my code called FH. And I'm going to say go to store it. And now, because I had that setting earlier from this morning that said add codes to the feature code list if you don't have them. So I can either say continue, which doesn't add it to the list, or I can add it and edit the code. And so now under my symbol code called FH, I can set a symbol, and I could find.
Ken, wait a second. I got screwed up somewhere. Okay, I've got my points are there. Then where do we go?
Okay, you got your points in now, right?
Yeah, if I go to map view, the points aren't there.
Okay.
Oh,
let
there they
me-
are. I got them. I got them now. Okay.
Sure. All right, so now, if I go to, when I edit that code, I added that code to use a symbol. And so now, because it already stored it without having a symbol, if I just go to my map, if I'm in my map view, I go to Tools, Field to Finish, and I'm up, here's my options. So I'm going to choose U to update. Excuse me, I'm going to toggle this. It still didn't apparently. Let's see my feature code list. See if I have an FH. So if I, excuse me, I had FH. I got pulled away from this screen is what happened. So I'm going to set my symbol to, I have no idea here. Let's see, nothing. And these are all sort of gross looking. I wish they had a better preview of it, but it doesn't have it. Point that looks like a fire hydrant. Looking at point one. Let's just use this one. Okay, so that's going to be a circle and 3 little sticks. I can set the layer, and I'm going to put that on B dash node dash water. There we go. And that's going to be, the color will be, whatever the layer color happens to be, or I could choose to a different color, and then I could type this out as fire hydrant, just so now what this is useful for here is when you're building your code list, it's gonna say FH, but it's gonna tell you what FH stands for, okay? And now I'm gonna say point, I'm gonna say, okay, go, and it's done. I will close this and say, yes, I'll save those changes. I'm getting this out of the, excuse me, out of the simulator. That shouldn't be showing up, on the data collector. So now back to my field to finish. Turn this off. And then come back and turn it back on. That might be, yeah, so there you can see that little fire hydrant symbol. It doesn't get any bigger when I zoom in, but you can see it there on the screen. And that layer, if I go to my V node water, I'm going to change that color to be blue so you can at least see that much of it. And field to finish update. How about field to finish redraw? Well, I guess I'm having to toggle this on and off. Huh. Well, I would like to have they show up blue. Anyway, I won't waste a lot of time on trying to do that. So we sat on 1, we looked at 2, we turned 45 degrees, 100 feet, and set point number 4 as that fire hydrant. Okay, and that code was not in our list, but we created that code from there. Okay, now, how do you get the codes? If you go back to the File tab and you hit the feature code list, you can either manually add these, and you can see I've got quite a few in here. We're going to start over with some of these. So you can say load, and you can find, either FCL files or FLD files, which are the ones that you have inside of Carlson, we call a field code file. And tab files come from a different software set. So if I'm using FCL files, I can just load up another one that's pre-made for SurvCE, or I can use a FLD files. And if you're running the simulator, right now you're sitting in program files 86 SurvCE demo data. Hit the up arrow button until you're all the way up to the top level of C, and then go to Carlson projects.
Yeah, I got
And
a
then
problem.
Okay.
I got feature code list by file number, but I'm not finding any of the others.
Your
Feature code list, category all.
Yep.
And then I'm blank. I've got code line work, but nothing, not populated anything.
You don't have anything in here because these are in here from when I loaded these last time.
Okay,
So
all right.
we're going to start fresh. Okay. So we're going to say load down here at the bottom.
Okay,
And we're going to hit this up arrow key until this line right here is pointing to drive C. Just at the top level. Okay.
okay,
Now I'm going to go to Carlson projects, double click that folder. And in Carlson projects, I'm going to double click the settings folder. And I'm going to pull this list at the top down and change it to FLD files instead of FCL files. Okay. And I'm going to find this one that's just Carlson FLD. And I'm going to load that. I'm going to select that file. I'm just going to hit the green check. And it's going to load that file now. So it's going to read the codes that are in that file. Now they've already been created inside of Carlson on the desktop. And that's what it's doing. And that file.
Hey, Ken,
Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to get the first point in here. I'm way behind.
That point number 4.
Yes, point number 4, where you turn 45 angles and win 100 feet.
Yes. Did you switch your equipment to manual total station?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let this thing finish loading. I'll set another point and show you.
Okay.
It should have finished loading this a long time ago. I don't know why it's taking so long. But in any, an actual point of practice, you guys aren't going to have, you guys know how to grab a point and put a description on it. See, that's, I don't want to put a whole lot of time and effort here, but you guys are using your data collectors now to collect points, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, whether you're using GPS or total station or what have you. So that part is sort of trivial. That's what we're gonna back up and start using points that are pre-calculated here in a little bit. Well, let me see. Charlie, did you find that file, and is it taking a long time on yours as well?
no. No, I'm still back trying to get into point number 4 on there.
Oh, all right. Well, let me close this and I'll start it up again here. Okay, so back here, I've got that point number 4.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to delete. I deleted that point, so I've got these 3 points. You guys have those 3 points?
I've got those three points.
Okay. So,
Yep, I've got the 3 points.
all right, so I'm going to go to my feature code list. And I want to load an FCL file. I'm going to call this one so I'm going to go up here to my SurvCE class. And I'm just going to call this one SurvCE class. Aha. So now it says, like this, you like it's going to be empty. I'll say yes. So now I have nothing in my code. That's exactly what you've got on yours, Charlie, right?
I'm trying to get back to there. Let me see. I got,
If you just go to feature codes, you're going to see a screen like this.
nope.
Okay.
Now I'm back to coordinate files. I'm going to the C drive.
The file feature code list. I hit load and I navigated to my data set for today and just where I'm storing my stuff in SurvCE class. And I typed a new name and it says it was empty. And it says it will create a new empty file. You would like to continue? Yes. Okay.
No, I got feature code list up. I'm on my C drive. I go to Carlson projects.
Yep.
I come up with data.
You're in Carlson projects right here.
Yeah,
And then you got a file called data.
yes.
Well, I wouldn't go in data. I would come up. Where did you put your sample files that you downloaded?
I don't know that I downloaded.
Remember those links that you had, that F2F quick start guide and all that stuff?
No, I'm way behind.
Okay, that was in the stuff I sent a couple days ahead of time.
I had that, but I didn't, when I brought it up, it didn't come up. All of it didn't come up.
Well, it really won't matter. Just if you're in Carlson projects,
Okay,
just click this add button over here. Just click that new button and make a new folder and call it SurvCE class.
all right, wait a second. I can't get to where you are.
All right, I'm going to be right here in Carlson projects. See right there?
Yeah,
Over here at this buttons, there's a folder with a plus mark. Click that button. And it's going to make a new folder. Yes, continue. And now when you're in this new folder, you're going to type the name to be today's date SurvCE class.
no, I'm drawing a complete blank this afternoon. See, Carlson projects. Okay, I got Carlson projects up, and the only file I have on it is data.
You shouldn't have, you don't worry about what you're seeing on it. Choose this icon up here that's a folder with a plus mark.
Okay. This command will create a new folder.
Yes.
Okay. It has new
Mhm.
folder.
Yep. And the name is highlighted. Just type the words SurvCE class.
Okay, SurvCE class.
Okay. So now you're here and it's still nothing in it yet, but you're going to go down here at the bottom and you're going to type SurvCE class. You're going to up here, make sure you're on FCL files, and you're going to just type SurvCE class down here at the bottom, because that's going to be the name of your feature code list.
Okay.
All right.
All
And
right.
then with the green checkbox, it's going to give you this.
Nope.
No, did it already exist?
I don't know. I'm back to feature code list.
So you're in your folder, your STL files, you've given it a name down here at the bottom.
Okay.
And then you up here at the top, now you hit the green check.
Okay, that takes me back to SurvCE class.
Okay, so your file exists, it looks like. So you're now back to this.
Uh-uh.
All right. Charlie, how familiar are you with Zoom? Do you know how to share your screen?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'm going to stop this share. And I want you to go to your share screen and then choose the screen that has your
Wait a minute.
dim. And then hit the share button again.
No, I don't know how to do that then, because I'm just
All right.
used to signing
All
into Zoom.
So down at the bottom of you see those buttons where it says mute and start video? Across the bottom of your Zoom window.
I've got, looks like a Zoom.
Yeah, you see there should be a button at the bottom that says share screen.
No,
What are you seeing on your Zoom window?
a
Do you
Zoom window,
see-
see, join a meeting, sign in.
No, that's the wrong one. What are the one, do you see the one that has my picture in it?
No, I see that's on my other screen.
Pardon?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, now I've got your picture here. I'm looking on the wrong screen, maybe.
Yeah, correct.
Share screen. Okay, here we go.
There you go. So share screen and then choose from the list that it brings up the screen that has your system on it and then hit the share button. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, perfect. Now I'm going to request remote control. You have to give me permission just so I can show you with the maps here. Okay. All right, so now what you're going to do is under file feature code list, I'm going to say right here, load. See, right now you've got a code list called 2023. It's empty, but I'm going to say load, and I'm going to go to Drive C, Carlson projects, SurvCE class, and down here where it says 2023, I'm just going to call it SurvCE class codes. I'll hit enter. And that was the one I was saying you should be getting.
Okay.
Says it does not exist. Yes, I want to continue. So now up here, I see my name that I just typed in. That's my codes, but I don't have any codes in there yet.
Okay.
Going to now, that's okay. We're going to go from there. So I'm going to now stop remote control, and I'm going to stop your share, and I'll put my share back on. So we can go back to where we were. All right, guys, I'm going to need to take about a real quick 4 minutes. Let's come back at 4 o'clock. I need to go grab something upstairs real quick and I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I am back now if you guys are still here. But we'll wait till 4 if anybody's missing. Okay, you guys back?
Yes, sir.
I'm back.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. All right, so now in this, you're back here, you've got your feature code list now. Set up as SurvCE class is what we got now. This file will stay with your data collector until you change to a different file. But right now we don't have anything in here. So let's see what this looks like here. With a couple of things. I'm just going to hit the add button. And I'm going to add a code called FH for fire hydrant. And I'm going to come down here under, right now there's no category to it, but I'm going to say symbol name. Now, if you don't have these symbols, don't worry about it. For right now, we're going to, that's where you put those symbol folder inside that SurvCE. Forget what it was called. Let me see what it was called. Imported. It was under, it's where SurvCE is installed, is where you put that. And it's under program files 86 for this thing. And then SurvCE demo 6 is called SurvStar. There's a folder called SurvStar in your data collector, and you need to take that, go into that SurvStar folder, go into user template and put that symbols folder in that folder. Okay, so that's going to look like this right here. I'm on Drive C, program files, SurvCE demo 6, SurvStar, user template, and it's this folder right here. And that's in that list of files that I gave you the link to download from the SurvCE materials. So once you get that folder, you can put that in there. You can also transfer it to your data collector and put it in that location, and then you'll be able to get these symbols. So for now, though, for the purposes of, finishing up our day, don't worry if you don't see the symbols.
Yeah, I've only got like 4 or 5 symbols in there.
Okay, yeah, and that's fine. So I'm going to choose this one that looks sort of like a fire hydrant. I'm going to select a layer. Now you won't have this list of layers either necessarily, but I'm going to call this a V node. See, this all came out of that startup DXF file that I had when I started this up, and I'm going to set the color to blue. All right, so now, and I'm going to type right here what this is. It's a fire hydrant. Okay. Now, so a code FH is going to be a V node water fire hydrant, and it's a point type. It's not, if I said it's one of these types of lines, then it's going to draw line work between points of the same code, but it's not, it's just a point, so it won't connect the lines, okay? I'll say green check box, and now I have that code. Okay, I've got this selected. I'm going to hit the set for a category. And that was this button up here at the top, set. And I'm going to put a category in there. I'm going to say new I'm going to type UTIL for utility and say new. Okay. And let's see, view categories, all, there's FH, and I'm going to move to UTIL. And so now what I've done, if I look at this code, it's in this category called utility. So this is when you have a whole lot of codes and you want to group them by category. That's all in the world that does. Okay, so now that's going to be what that's going to look like. All right, so I have this one code called FH. I'll say yes, save the changes. And then I'm going to look at my points. And again, I just have control, test, nothing else. There's CTRL. Let me take that -1 out. I should just make that as CTRL. And I'm going to go back to my feature code list. I'm going to add one more, and that code's going to be a CTRL for control. I can put it right now. It doesn't have, I don't have the category. I have to add that category later. So I'm just going to say no category. I'll set my symbol to be a, what looks like a triangle. And the layer I'm going to put that on is going to be V node. And it could be anything you want. Just type anything that you want. So V node control. It'll be pink colored again, just points. I'll say, okay. So I now have that. And for a category, I'm going to go up here and hit the set button again. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to type control points. I'll select control. I'll make that a new category, control points. Under my view categories, I'm going to view all points. I'm going to set control and move to control points up here. So now that's there. And if I now look at my code list, I've got all codes, or I can limit it to just control points. Well, I could have hub and tack, you know, whatever. Utility, I may have fire hydrant, I may have telephone pole. I could have another code called roadway. In fact, I'll do that. I'll make a new code called roadway. Okay, now I didn't have any points. Empty categories not used except the category manager dialog. So that's fine. I don't have them in there yet. All right. So I just got these two codes. That's fine. I'm going to come back.
Now, where you getting to that category manager at?
Okay, this feature code list. When I click that, if I up here at the category where it says all or control points or util, I hit this set button.
Okay.
Okay. And so now you see I've created this. So I go right here and I make the category name and I hit the new button.
Okay.
Okay. So that's where those came from. All right, now, so that's all I have, just the 2 points. I'll say, okay. So now we've got back to our map view, zoom extents. I've got 1, 2, and 3, and you see my point number 1 has that symbol now, has that little triangle. It's called a control. Okay, so that's a control point. If I change point number 2, If I double click number 2. I don't want to do attributes. Let me see.
Did you run field to finish to get those symbols to change? Because I couldn't get them to change.
Well, I've got it set to automatically do that.
Okay.
And that is in, well, let's see. Under job settings options, use feature codes for definitions. That's one thing, or for descriptions rather. I'm not going to load these GIS attributes. Let me take those off. And that's fine. All right, so that's where I can change this to be CTRL if I want. So now I got points 1, 2, and points 1 and 2 are control, 3 is test. And now when I come back here, you see 1 and 2 have now created this. So I didn't have to update this. It automatically did it based on my setting, based on the fact that it used that particular symbol. And you're saying you're not getting yours to update?
Yeah, it's not, my points aren't changing. That's fine. I usually just do it in Carlson survey anyway.
Okay.
They're just coming up as dots.
All right, so if you go to the equipment tab and go to configure.
Yeah.
Under general. Scroll this list down and look for use layerized points by feature code.
Okay, I'm just checking that on. Yeah.
All right, and then let's see what else do we have down here. Nothing else. So need to worry about there. Okay. And oops. To general configures or fixed prompt. But that's where we just were. I'll turn that on. That's just a preference that shouldn't have an effect on it. So now back here in points, if I can figure my points, and if they move down, don't have my I don't have my point attributes. I want to look at GIS inputs settings use, wow, wow. All right, those are fine. If I should be fine. That should all be fine. Well, data. Those are all okay. I don't. So these, 1 second. Yeah. If I record the attributes, so if I come up here and I'm going to put down my store, my points. I'm going to call that, instead of control, I'm going to call that fire hydrants. Yep, say okay. So now that's got that point stored, and there's its symbol. If I edit that point, I know attributes, good. I don't want the attributes. Seemed I was getting the attributes here though. Okay, so I quit doing that behavior. All right. And those point attributes, those are for GIS data collection. So let's look at test. I'm going to also change that to CTRL. So now I've got 3 control points and I've got a fire hydrant point. And I'm editing those points just by double clicking and changing those descriptions. And because of this feature code list right here, it tells it what layer and what symbol to use. Okay. Now, if we, I'll go back to, let's switch to GPS simulation so we don't worry about the occupied backside turn and angle and blah, blah, blah. Let's just go to GPS simulation. And then go to the equipment tab and go to your GPS utilities. And where it says simulation position, you're going to click that button. For point ID, just type a 1. Make sure that this down here says start from this position. And choose the green checkbox. And then hit the return arrow at the top. So that's now where my GPS unit is standing on point number 1. Okay. So let's go to survey and let's go to store points. Now, do you have, are your buttons on the side graphic buttons, or are they like S, A, and O and C?
I've got SAOC.
Okay. Excuse me. And again, that's a preference. That's whether you want to use graphic buttons or lettered buttons. They mean the same thing. That's store, average, offset, and configure. If you want to use those graphic buttons, hit the configure button, and under this general tab, scroll this down toward the bottom where it says, let me find it here. Well, it's not toward the bottom, it's about the middle. It says use graphic icons in Servo. Okay. that's going to be what that would do. I'm going to come down here and say, show codes and descriptions as buttons. I'm going to uncheck that. That'll give me a little more room. All right, so now, right now my description says CTRL. My point is sitting right there. I put a fire hydrant up there. Now let's go up. I'm going to use the arrow keys on the keyboard, and I'm going to keep tapping the up arrow key to go forward. And if I get too fast, I'll press the back or the down arrow key to slow me down. And I'll turn with the right arrow key. And when I get about here, right in here, I'm going to put a telephone pole or a utility pole right here. So I'm going to click my store button, and it's going to store, and it stored that point. Now it's going to now prompt me for this description, so I can change point number, rod height or antenna height. I can choose to look at, say, only control points or only utilities, or let's look at all the points and give a description. Now, excuse me, and you can also, you know, there's another way to add those categories. But if I choose this button, I could say, take a picture and store it with that point. You know, some people do that so they can recover the points later. But now this is going to be a UP, a utility point. Now here's what's going to happen. Right now, the UP code does not exist. And if I hit the green check box and it says feature code not found, I can either continue or I can add it and edit the code. And if I say continue, all right, it's going to store the point, and there you see it called UP, but there's nothing about that. I'm going to step my little GPS marker off of it so we can see it, and then I'm just going to come back. Now, even though I had continue, if I go back to my feature code list, you see it's not in there. I could then add a UP code. I'll put it in utility. I'll call it a utility pole. Whoops, sorry. I meant to put it here. Utility pole. I can select a layer, V node, get to the right place, V node, pole, let's say, or anything you want. We'll keep it there, except this time I'm going to actually draw, excuse me, draw a 2D line. Give it a little bit of width so I can see it. So a 2D polyline is going to connect all of my UP points. So now I've got one there. It's a code. I'm good to go. And when I go back to look at my map, I see, you know, nothing's shown there yet because the point was created before I had the code. So I go to Tools, Field to Finish, type U to update. And it's still not, oh, wait, no, I haven't. All I did was set the code. I'm going to say control and then you meant for this one. And then for my utility pole, yeah, because it's drawing lines, it won't draw the points. The only way I'll get those symbols if it's a point only. So now I can set this to be, let's see, right there is what I want. Okay. And I return, change my changes, and now I go back here. Now you see my utility pole symbol shows up as a point symbol. But if I'm drawing something that has line work, you're not going to see that symbol in here. Now back in here, you will, okay? Once you do field to finish correctly in there. So now I've got a couple of points, and let's set another, let's go back to survey, and we're going to store another point. Let's go over here now, and we're going to store a point. I'll get pointed down this direction. I'm going to hit this button here to store point. And now what code do I want to use? Now I've got these different codes showing up. Again, I can restrict by category, but I'm going to type this EP for edge of pavement. Okay. I'll say okay, and it says code not found, add and edit the code. Well, I can go ahead and hit this. And if I don't want to edit it right now, I don't have to. I'll just come back, it stores it, it's now called EP. But later, I can go back to this code list and update this. It's going to be, change the layer to be on the road. Okay, PQ road, the road asphalt or what, yeah, let's just call it that. And let's set the color to be yeah, that white, which will make it show up black. And this is going to be called edge of pavement. And this time it's going to be a 3D polyline, or let's make it a 2D polyline from there. And going to go there, save my changes. I go back there and I see it's still just a point. I go back to survey, store point. And now let's go a little bit ahead. And I store that point. And now I'm going to keep that as EP. Everything's good to go. I'm just going to say check. And now you're going to see, well, you should head. Okay. There you go. It's drawing the lines between it because my code was done after the first one. So now when I go back to this survey and I store that point, let's turn back down a corner here. I'll step up my dimensions a little bit. I'll store that point. And I'll keep that also edge of pavement. Now, part of field to finish was if we were putting this in, we'd have to know that we're going to start a curve, for instance, and we would say PC, this too. We could type that in, and you're certainly welcome to type it in. But if you don't want to do that, we now have these buttons over here. And so now that's going to be, you see this point is going to start a curve or it's going to end a curve. So let's start a curve with that code. We'll say, okay. And now that's going to start a curve. And I'll go over here and make another little point. I'll store that point. It's also an EP. So now you see there's no curve drawn in there yet because that's just a point that's on a curve. And so if I now go here, now watch what's going to happen here. I'm going to choose fire hydrant. So it picked up a fire hydrant there. So even though I'm still maybe surveying down the edge of the pavement here, let's see. Whoops. I picked up a fire hydrant off the end of it. I didn't want to be too far off the mark here. So at that point, I'm going to now go back to edge of pavement. And because there is a previous edge of pavement that's still active, it's going to connect to that. And I'm going to say over here, that's the end of my curve. So that put a PT in it, and I'll say, okay. Okay, and now I'll go back over here. I'll now store that point. And that's going to be the end of the actual edge of my pavement that I'm surveying. So I put EP end. And now, instead of connecting to, if I go over here, and store that point. And if I call that an EP again, notice it did not connect to the last one because it has an end code in it. So now maybe over here was another edge of pavement, end of feature. And we're done. We'll go back and look at it. Let's turn off some of these so you can see what's going on. So I started here, edge of pavement. I got an edge of pavement. I got an edge of pavement. And I said, start a curve, got a point on there. And then I picked up this fire hydrant first. And then I also went back and got this edge of pavement and then the end of the edge of pavement. Okay. So, so now I'm starting to build my point list and my code list. And every time I get a code that doesn't fit, it's not in my list, it's going to prompt me. I can add it, I can make the edits to it and tell it to behave like it's going on here. Okay. So if you, and again, come back to, to this business here with this field to finish, it's going to show you again from inside Carlson what you should do with those. But also inside of here, you can see how those features, how those codes are going to help you make sure that you've got everything drawn up and done. Okay. Now, excuse me. All right. So coming back away from that, back to file feature code list. Now here's another thing. If you go to, at this point, I'm back out of map, I'm at the file tab, I'm choosing feature code list. Here are my codes. Okay, well, let's say I want to switch to a different set of codes. And by the way, when we did this survey and we hit those little pictures that showed end of curve, start of curve, those are what are called special codes. And if I click this button, you see I've got beginning line, ending of line, arc PC, arc PT. You can type CLO to close a figure. So if you're drawing say I'm right in here. That's going to be BLDG. It's going to not be in my code list. I'll add it. I'm not going to worry about editing it. I'm going to draw this as a polyline. So, okay. Store the points. There's my building. I've got another building point. Another building point. So, you know, I'm out there surveying a, you know, shed out on the farm or something. And if I say store that point. Now I could go right here and type a space COO. That means close that figure, or because it's a building and that line work has already started, I look over here and I see these points I've got here. I've drawn around a building and it wants to close that figure. So if I choose that, it says close. Say okay. And so you see what it did. So it closed from the last point I did over to the starting point. Now, yeah, it should have just been a straight line. There's a setting in here. I don't know exactly why that closed it that way. Add new descriptions. Let's try that. There we go. So that instead of forcing a point to go around curves, it's now, it went to that last one that said close and it closed it up. If I had said this one, for instance, instead of end, close, and that's going to close up to the starting point of where that started. Now it hasn't updated here yet until I go to field to finish update. See, I could also say, if I turn on my point numbers and say I surveyed this building and point number 15 connected to point number 5. No, I don't want to delete it. I want to, so point number 15 said building. Another code I've got is JPN 5, joined to point number 5. Again, go back to field to finish update. So there I'm saying, okay, there's my utility pole and it ties into this building down here at this point. So there's all kinds of things that you can do here later, later on after you've done the survey work. You can do it here or do it back in the office as well. So I hope you get a sense of how that can, I hope, be helpful for you. But let's look real quick. I know we're getting toward the end of our day here, but at our feature code list, I'm going to go to load. I'm going to change to a different feature code file. And I'm going to pull this list down and choose field files. And I'm going to navigate, let's see, Carlson projects, SurvCE class, field start guide. This is my CSW. So these are all of the different codes that Doug Auberg provided in that little tutorial. So once they're done on the desktop in Carlson, you just transfer the FLD file, which is like an FCL file, but it's called FLD. And, the special codes stay there. And then off you go. Now, when I get here, if I do an update now with field to finish, it's going to not show much. There's no symbols. None of those codes are defined in his file. Now, if I take a look at it and draw field to finish back in the desktop, and I set my field code to be that CSW attribute field code, and now it goes, these are those exact same codes. Okay, drill hole found. I can do an FH for a fire hydrant in here, and then when I open it up and put it and see all these different categories. So there, we could do a week's worth of training on just field to finish. But, you know, so these codes, and if I edit, say, let's see, site features. Find something here, sewer drain utility structures. Let's just say all. Let's see if he's got an edge of pavement in there anywhere. What did I ECH and it's an EOG gravel road. So there's an edge of gravel. There's an EP edge of pavement. So here now is that edge of pavement, and it's going to go on, you know, this layer. It's going to be 3D and a 2D. It has no, well, it's going to have a little X symbol. If I change that to be a little a circle instead of that, then, you know, you process that, and once you save that, you could then go back out to SurvCE and bring that directly in. Now, you can also do it from here when you're editing these codes and you go to code table settings, you can export SurvCE codes right here. So when you do that, now you see up here at the top, it says FCL. That's going to create the FCL file. Okay, but we don't need to do that from here anymore because we can go straight to feature code list, load, and we can change the type directly to this FLD file. Okay, so that's how we're going, that's how you use that, you know, in and out. So I'm going to go back now to here and just go back to my old one that I had before. And let's take a look at a couple of other things that we can do real quick as we're working on these points and what we can use in conjunction with this on how to work on there. So let's go back to the File tab and let's choose Job. And let's type a new job name. Now I'm going to be in here. I'm going to call it, I'll just call it the same one, just a -3. Okay. I'm going to just accept through all of my prompts, my GPS simulation if I need, make it to go. There's nothing in this file. There are no points. Points are 0. Okay, so it's all brand new. Now, if I go over to my map view, let's say what I want to do is to stake out points. When you guys, do you all do any kind of point staking for construction at all?
Yeah.
I do boundary work, point staking.
Okay, good. So you're going to either compute those points over here in this world, and then just kick those out in a coordinate file and bring those in, and you're going to choose those points to stake. That's one way you can do it. But there's another way that you can do this is when you go here to the map view, you're going to import the DWG. Okay. And then you're going to navigate to wherever you've put your file. Now you have to put that file on the data collector. And so I'm going to just look in Carlson projects, and I'm going to scroll this over until do you guys have, if you go to Drive C Carlson projects, you should see a file that was part of your installation that was called Civil Demo. See if you can find that. And if you do, then choose the green checkbox, and you're going to get an error right once we try to do it, and I'll show you why and how. Is that so, you know, you can bring all of these things in. If it has points in it, you can bring them as points, you know, store the points, etc. But if there are no points in the file, if it's just drawn line work, there won't be any points there, but we're going to say that, and I'm going to say, okay. And no, I guess it brought it in because what generally happens is, and there's our couple of spot shots. What generally happens is if I try to do that, to bring this file in, import a DWG, and if I go to say, a new file. Well, going to prove myself wrong every darn time. Generally, it has to be in 2010 format or older, and here we are in 2023. Go to new file. I'm just going to call this one test. Oh, that's an existing job. Try one more time. We'll call it test AAC. All right, so that's a new one. Step through. All right, now it's all blank. And if I import a DWG file, I'll go here to my fundamentals class. Let's do that. And I'm going to get sample from T3 global. And if I say, okay, here we go. It says invalid drawing version. The import routine requires a version of the drawing to be up to and including version 2010. Please save the drawing as version 2010 and rerun the import routine. All right, so that's unfortunate. And the same thing happens with DXF and the same deal. So I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to open that sample from T3 Global, which is in 2023 format. And it's got an image with it as well. But now I'm going to do a save as, and I'm going to change the version down to 2010. And I'm going to leave it right there in that class. And I'm going to put a 2010 in front of it just so I know it's an older one. I'll save it. And that's fine. Close that off. I'll put that away. Now back here. Now when I go to import the DWG, I'm going to look in my fundamentals class, data sets, and there's my 2010 sample from T3 Global. Let me see which one that I just recently, okay, it's this one. So that one, okay. I can bring in blocks and inserts. I can bring in point entities. If I don't check that, I've got a bunch of I've got a bunch of points out there in that file, like spot shots. I don't need all of those, so I'm going to uncheck that. I can bring in text, any GIS data, etc. I'll say okay. So now it's going to come in, and there is the same drawing that you saw here. Okay, obviously with the photo not there, but if I look at my points, I see no points. Okay, so how would I use this to stake something out? Now in the office, I would say maybe if I'm going to stake out, you know, this curb island, curb island out in the street, you know, I might say, this happens to be a 3D line work, so it's not really a circular arc here, so it doesn't have a radius point. But I might say, create a point, draw locate point, put it on the endpoint. So I could do that if I draw a, I'm sorry, not draw, but COGO, create points, draw locate points, okay? So now to snap, I'm going to snap to the end of that line. Oops. Draw locate, use the end point right there. And that's going to be, oh, let's call it CONC for concrete. Change the layer, put it wherever you want it to go. All right, so now a description, so that's going to be, okay, point ID 1. All right, I'm going to do another one, say, an endpoint up here. Elevation of, if I know the elevation, I could put it in, let's see, it's called 100, CONC, and that's point number 2. All right, so I'll be done with that. I'll hit enter. Now I need to edit that to make it a concrete. All right. So now I've got these 2 points that I've set because I have the CAD file. I can, jump to the insertion points of all of these things, create these things. I've also had the ability to not only create by individually snapping those, but I can say create points, polylines to points. And if I select one or more polylines, let's select those 2 and say, okay, avoid duplicates. I'll start with point number 3. Up it goes. So it had 66 points and 0 duplicates. So now those are all points. Now they don't have descriptions on them. They also are concrete points. I come back to Kogo to my keyboard input and go to my utilities button. And I'm going to take a range of points from, looks like 3 down to 68. So I don't know why it puts a comma. It should be a dash. So there it is. And I'm going to put concrete and modify. Yep, do it. And now come back, look at my points. And now you see they all have that description concrete. All right. So now, which points are we going to use to stake out? Well, we go to survey and stake points. You can pick from your list. That's what that button does, or pick from the map. And I'm going to pick, say, 50. Let's just say 50 to 53. Add to my list. I can go back to the screen, and instead of that, I'm going to choose the midpoint of that one right there, say, and that's going to be a pick point. And we'll just call that PP for pick point. Add that to the, oops, sorry. Add that to the list. There it is. What's going on here? Let's see. If I pick from here, pick there. Okay. So now I've got the points that I'm going to be using. I need to go back to equipment, GPS, simulation position. Let's give it a starting point up in here. We'll just start right there with 1 and use that, start from that position, say, okay. And now when we stake those points, there's 50 through 53. Because I built my list, there's 50, and I go, okay. And so now it wants to, wants me to go up here. And I can see it's going to drive me up to that point. This is always so tricky to do with this. All right, so I'm within a tenth, and within whatever that height is. But notice down here, see this? Remember when we did earlier, I showed you those automatic descriptions? My point number 68 is going to be the stakeout of point number 50. Okay, so I would say store the point, and it's going to go and grab it. And okay, I'm too far away. Continue storing, no. So I need to get a little closer to it. Like I said, it's hard to control this on the simulator. You see, it's telling me down there at the bottom, go left, go right. And once I get within a certain tolerance, I try that one, it pops up. Anyway, that, that'll, all right, so I'm too far away. I missed it by too much, but you can see by being able to bring in that CAD file, and see there, you see I've got, that's my point, it's too far away. So, but in any case, to be able to bring in that CAD file, I don't have to pre-calculate all these points here in the office and just dump a bunch of points. I can actually bring this in and see it. And if I haven't computed, say, this corner point, well, I just go to Kogo and create a point, draw, locate, in which case I can snap to that endpoint and just create a point right there and then use that as part of my stakeout. Now, one last little bit for here, let me turn these off. This image file that had been set and matched up to this CAD file back in the office, if I go to my tools and look at my image overlays, and if I display the image, and if I change the image and navigate to that, that happens to be the file that I was looking at, the site.idb, the image database, and I bring that in, well, there it is, matching just like this one. So if you have those files, you can use that to do some verification. Now you might look at something here and see, look how that misses. See that back corner and this corner here, they don't line up very well because this particular file was rubber sheet fitted from a Google Earth image, which is not very accurate. So you're not going to get any better accuracy than what Google Earth is going to get you. But here's the other thing that can happen. If we go to our view layer, and let's just turn everything in the CAD file off. Oops, let's see. Well, we're running out of daylight here, guys, but if we turn this off, quicker just to come back into it. All right, so it's already off. We'll go to image. Okay, so if I have, just my image file here, but I don't have anything but I need to go out here and survey this. I know I need to go out here and find these parking lot corners. So I can come over here and, you know, use this to help me navigate my way around. So when I'm out surveying, I'm gonna store a point. See, I can see, making sure that I'm, you know, finding the right power pole, the right manhole, that sort of stuff. So if I get within, you know, get to where I should be right in there. You know, then I'll store that, and that's gonna be my, say, back of curb, call it, okay? It's gonna say, apparently it is in my code list, so there it is. All right, so those are some of the things that are gonna help you work it, but if you keep in mind this, when I'm in survey and I see this graphics, that's not exactly the same thing as when I'm in map mode. You should see the same pictures, but it's a different set of commands and tools. When you're in map mode, you have these menus and you're in a little mini CAD system. When you're in survey in graphic mode, and if you don't see that, if this is what you see and you want to see where you are, then click that button and go back to the graph mode and be able to, you know, verify what you've already observed. Okay. So with that, and I know it's sort of like getting a drink out of a fire hydrant, but so there's a lot there. There's a lot to go over, a lot for you to sort of research and practice on your own with those data sets that you downloaded, the field to finish, getting started and all that. And remember that those are from the perspective of doing it in the office, but realizing that you take those same feature code lists that you can create out of the field code files from that set of stuff. And then you would do this coding out in the field. And before you even leave the field, you're going to see what you're bringing in. You're going to see those maps and you're going to see those things being brought in and out. Go back to my import. There's my 2010. And again, remember, it's going to tell you that you can only use up to file 2010. I'm going to go back to my image and uncheck display the image so I can work with it a little faster. You can change the color of layers and you know, different things there, but use that to help when you have this stuff to go stake out. Use it to help create these points, for instance. Okay. Any questions that anybody can think of that's just on fire that we got to take care of? Otherwise, we'll run over, and I'm going to give you guys an extra half hour of PDH credit too, by the way.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, are both you guys PLSs or RPS or whatever?
I'm an Arkansas PLS.
Yeah,
PLS?
but Western, yeah, I'm licensed up here too. Yeah.
Are you a PS, Charlie, or is it PLS? I don't know what West Virginia uses.
West Virginia's PS. I'm not
Okay.
sure about Ohio or Pennsylvania.
Well, Pennsylvania's PLS. I
Okay.
think, if I recall, down in Texas, we used RPS for registered public survey. So that was years ago. So, all right. So I'll make sure that you guys have those. You get the extra credit for that, for the extra time that we spent today. And apologies for the hiccups, but hopefully you've gotten some indicators of things that can help kind of streamline your workflows. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
Keep in mind too, Charlie, you've known this, and Daniel, you've been in a class before. You guys have my email contact, so you got questions, get back in touch, and that's part
I'm
of
good
what
at
we do.
that. You know that.
Yeah,
Thank
I can count on you, Charlie. That's grand. So, all righty,
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
bet. Wish you guys a great weekend and stay safe, stay warm.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
You bet. All right, take care now.